Is it okay having some idle reflection whilst this technical thing is being sorted out, which I fully get? Is it just okay to get some idle reflection?
Yeah.
Can I just waffle on? I'm near the end of my life than the beginning of my life. I won't say exactly, I'm very secretive of her age, but I remember traveling across Europe and being in different European countries when technical problems with us like this were par for the course. When you had in the communist world, signals stopping communication and blocking it, or I had to go to a little phone box somewhere in Bucharest, phone station, or no, post office to make a phone call to get back home, and that was difficult. So technical problems, we get used to it, chill out, fine, no problems. I just go back a few years. I remember I've never been to Finland, regretfully, but I have been to Sweden many years ago in this pre-IT age, at a similar time in terms of what's going on in Afghanistan and all this stuff. And I was pleased with Sweden, and all the time with Gorbachev just coming around and the uncertainty about what was happening there. Swedish people near Jönköping in the central scene brought together a group of international people, from young people mostly, from different nationalities, East and West. So despite the technical IT restrictions you have now, it's still possible to bring people together as people saying, let's somehow make it, in that stage, is about 1 year at one world together. So don't be put off by your technical bits. We've been there before. Just look at it as a blessing that we can do some of these incredible things that we take for granted. But we're saying hello in this way is amazing. And keep up that spirit of togetherness somehow, despite the IT. Memory I've got, almost 40 years ago, when Palme was still around in Swedish Prime Minister, and I saw him speak at that time as well.
Welcome everybody. We are now live streaming on No Labels, No Walls, nolabels.net. And this session at the No Labels, No Walls Festival 2021 is about walking football and sport-related dreams. The story of this session comes from Kukunori, the umbrella organization of 43 Finnish NGOs working with culture, art, and citizenship action. And we have a project that is based on a method invented in United Kingdom and especially in Scotland, called walking football. It's an inclusive sport where everybody can play because you're walking. So it has had a tremendous effect on communities here in Finland. Kukunori is supporting the project, and we are also thinking about a future together with you where we would build this kind of environment and platform for sports in Europe, in the world, where we could join forces and create new kind of action that would build better communities. So to this end, my colleague Soilikki Viljanen from Kukunori is experienced with European funding on this. So we were thinking about building an action around the questions related to building a project together around sports. But this session is also about you and your sports related dreams and mine as well. So let's go and meet the people here online at the No Labels, No Walls Festival and share some dreams that could end up become true. So Simon Duffy from Citizen Network from Sheffield, how are you doing? And could you share with us your sport-related dream?
Hi, Marcus. I'm fine.
Yes, I suppose when you say sports related dream, my first thought goes to my football team, which is Bolton Wanderers. And so that my dream is for my team to do well this year. So that's not a very personal, or it's not very much about action, really, I suppose. But if I'm honest, that's where my mind goes with sports related dream. My team has been in the history of football very successful, and then it's crashed down to the bottom of the league, and then it's just made its way up to what in England is called League One, which is actually League Three, the bizarre forms we take. And when I think about sports for myself, I think about the things that maybe seem like a bit of my past now, like things like skiing, which I really love. But last time I was skiing was in Finland, and that was 4 years ago. So it feels like the mountains are disappearing, or the snow's disappearing from the mountains, and that feels like a little bit of a kind of middle class luxury, really. I think the idea of walking football, which some of my friends in Doncaster do use this. I work with a peer support group in Doncaster called PFG Doncaster, and they love walking football. And they have a walking football group and another football group, and they've done really well. But one of the things I think about as well is my city of Sheffield, where we have 142 different neighbourhoods, but we don't have 142 neighbourhood football teams, even though we could do. And so I wonder about that kind of thing, actually, scale. I think sports could be a really good way of helping people have things that they care about in their local community and have something to talk about, something to get involved in, and something to connect with. But we in England, we've lost a lot of that very local things. And something like walking football, if a neighborhood has, say, 5,000 people in it, then you could easily form a walking football team, couldn't you? And probably a whole host of other things. We do have a bowling club in Netheredge, which is kind of nice, although I don't play bowls. But that's about it. So I suppose one of my dreams would be that, you know, looking forward to the 21st century, sports was much more going on really close to connect people in their communities. That would be my dream, maybe. Is that the right kind of thing, Marcus? I'm a little out of my depth here, I think, but
that's what we are here for. We are looking for new avenues and new areas for us. So, Simon, while the other people are sharing their sport-related dreams, could you find a picture of something that reflects your dream and share that there on the chat? So at the end of the session, we can all go through these sport-related dreams. Anita from Kukunori, you are a sport enthusiast and also an activist in sport-related things. Welcome to No Labels, No Walls Festival. And what is your sport-related dreams that you would like to share?
Thank you. Hey everyone, my name is Anita. I'm currently working at Kukunori with marketing and communications, but my other work is with cheerleading. I do coaching with junior athletes, and I'm actually going to share a story with you today. Is it okay if I share already some pictures at the same time as I'm speaking, so you know what I'm talking about? So basically, here is some pictures from my team. Those are 2 years ago, just before the Corona times, when we were actually able to compete and be at the same place doing these pyramids and stuff. But a bit over 5 years ago, we have this kind of like idea that we would like to perform at the nationals at some point, and this was just a dream. It was not, we didn't actually have a team yet. We were just like thinking about it, and we had like one team of girls that were doing practices a couple of times per week. And then we were like, okay, we really want to do this, and we discussed with athletes like, what do you think about this? Would you like to go for it? It would be like a lot of practices and, you know, hard motivation. And they agreed that this is a project that we wanted to do together. And so we decided to go for it. And in that point, we just have a vision of going to nationals. And it was like 5 years hard work. And there was a lot of challenges. Like in some point, we didn't have a place to practice. We used to have a place to practice, but then we were renting the place, and then they said that they needed to change the place to something else, and a bigger business is coming there, and we need to find a new place to go. And that was like the hard point for us, because we were like, okay, in a couple of months, we don't have any place to practice. And if we want to go to nationals, we really have to have a place to do our sports. And I'm living in Helsinki area, and there are not many places you can actually do this kind of sports, and they're really occupied all the time. So this was like one challenge. But about our dream, when we were going to nationals, you first have to go to qualifications and pass it to get to nationals. And we were going there for the first time after practicing 5 years, and we were like, okay, we are ready, but we know there are a lot of great teams that are going to compete against us. And basically one thing that happened is that the other teams were starting to write about, I don't know if you know Yodel, but that's kind of like social media thing where you can write things anonymously. And people were starting to write like, this team is not gonna, they're not good, they're not gonna get into nationals and stuff. And we were like, okay, they can think whatever they want, but we believe in ourselves, and this is what we want to do. And we are just going there and showing what we got today. And if it's not enough, then it's not enough, but we are gonna give it our all. And basically what happened is that we went to the qualifications competitions, and we passed it. And we get to go to the nationals, and that was basically the biggest win for my team. And that was our dream, and it came true in that point. And when we went to the nationals today, we had the really good feeling and flow the whole day, because basically it was our dream coming true on that day, just performing on that match to everyone who was there watching us. And in the end, actually, we ended up being 11th from 14 teams. So we actually did better than we thought. But what I think is the most important when we think about sport dreams is, I know someone has said that if you want to go far, go together. If you want to go fast, go alone. And I would say that is true. Like if you have your team with you, you have a shared vision where you want to go. You have a motivation, and you can motivate yourself and others at the same time. And of course, I think one thing you need is to have someone to lead and organize the stuff, because if you just have the vision and you're kind of like, okay, we want to do this, it's not sometimes enough if you don't have someone who is like, okay, we don't have a place to practice, I'm going to do something about it. Or you need to make a decision, and someone need to kind of like lead the process of making decisions together. And yeah, here is some pictures from the teams. This was my team, but here is also some other teams from our NGO. And here is some pictures from different competitions and shows we do together. And I also have one video I could maybe show if we have time, because it shows a bit what we actually do on the mat, because these pictures don't really give a maybe correct view of the sports. Just a second, I will open, or is it better if I put it on the chat and everyone can watch it themselves, or do I share
Yeah,
it?
if you share it, that would be lovely.
Yeah, I'll do that. Just a second. Okay, I hope you can see it now. So it's basically my team. We are on these competitions and they are doing the tumbling part. And this is from the qualifications, I think. Yeah, just a couple of short videos. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Steve, what kind of sport-related dreams do you have?
To keep on playing, I think. I started playing. I've played football all my life, not competitively, but just enjoy playing it. And a couple of years ago, I started playing again at my local leisure centre. So I play twice a week. One session's a kind of normal running football session, and then I play walking football once a week as well, which I absolutely love. I just love its inclusivity. The fact that you just can keep on playing it until, you know, until you're a lot older. You just don't need to stop playing football, and that's what I like about it. I'm playing alongside men and women from all different age groups, different levels of ability. There's men there who have had heart bypass operations, knee operations, and they're carrying on playing to, quite highly skilled still. So I think that's my dream, is that I'm also going to be able to keep on playing football till I'm a lot older. So yeah, just keep on playing.
Thank you, Steve. I would like to keep on playing as well. And I think I've experienced that the walking football is an excellent sport in that sense. And it also collects people together, and it creates this kind of very quick sensations of so like feelings of unity. And that's something that we need to be building constantly. John, how about you? What kind of sport-related dreams do you have? Would you like to share with us?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking
Am I
to
the
you.
only John here?
Yes.
Okay. I'm too old to have dreams. You know, old men have visions, but I'm afraid I just have dreams. You know, I don't have dreams. I mean, I've just got visions. Now, the point is that I play a lot of sport, rugby mainly, and I support a lot of sport. But there's one thing that I have, which is a reservation, and it's just my own feeling. I don't like competition. I don't like winners and losers. And I think, I think perhaps I like festivals. I would like to have a festival of sport. And, certainly in the culture, in the cultural realm, I sang in a choir for many years. I think it is wrong to have choral competitions. I think you have a choirs festival where you celebrate and you hear all the choirs. But, every time you pick a winner, there's 50 losers. And so I'm very torn about that. If I could find a way of having good sport without winners and losers, then I would support it.
Thank you. Yeah, this competitive edge of sports is something that some people like and some people don't like. We here in Finland, we have created walking football tournaments, and they've been very successful. But it's when you're playing with a team, for example, it's collective in a way, instead of having individual competitions and so forth. How about you, Soilikki? What kind of sport-related dreams do you have?
Yeah, first I want to say, John, I really liked your dreams or your opinions, as you said. My dream is related to sea. I love sea. I want to be nearby the sea, and I would like to win the World Rowing Championship with my friends or colleagues or something like that. That is my dream, as Markus asked to tell, not more.
Thank you, Soilikki. And how about you, Tom? What kind of sports-related dreams do you have?
I just want to pick up on Soilikki's dream too. I want to see the sea. I'm stuck. I'm not stuck in a bad place. I'm stuck in the countryside, on the edge of some beautiful countryside, but I love to see the sea. And that's a sporting wish, because due to COVID, I'm not going swimming for a long time. That's the one thing I like doing. And swimming even in the sea, even with jellyfish in way to, last time I went swimming, would be a great pleasure. My dreams, about just mentioning Simon, I've been in discussions with you over the past, hello Simon, virtually wave, and I've never knew we're the only two people in these conferences who were Bolton Wanderers fans, which makes us very sad people together. I never realized he was such a sad person. I always thought he was inspiring and life enhancing, and now I know he's a sad individual like me. Regretfully, I remember the good old days when Miksu Patalainen was our hero, cult hero. But putting aside football, can I just reflect on the Paralympics? Start today. My wife knew one of the flag bearers many years ago after a accident near where she worked, and he was demoralised at that time, and he went together to a small sporting club in that part of Manchester with other disabled people who've been disabled all their lives, and he built his way. He built it. She doesn't know him now. He turned his life around, and now he's an Olympic archer at four Paralympics. And it shows the example of a life-defeating setback, which trivializes the silly conversations that me and Simon could have on past and futile memories of a football team, with things all about life and real threats to life, and finding sport as a means to get out of that. I didn't realize until just chatting today with my wife, I didn't realize the Paralympics had ever been held in the UK prior to 2012. Well, in fact, it was. I didn't realize that, because she said she went to it in the 1980s when it had been cancelled because of the American boycott and the Olympics and change of venues and stuff like that from Illinois. And my dream is that this coming together through sport international isn't reserved for Euro championships and Olympics, all right, where there's lots of money and lots of media, and I mean lots of money and lots of media. Let's leave the politics out of it too much. And a chance for people to come together internationally through sport at a local level. Is that possible? Is it feasible? Is there financial means to bring what you call bringing action together at a local level? So that magnificent gymnastic teams, Anita, absolutely fantastic. It was inspiring. But can you come off and do it and come along and do stuff with local gymnast teams across different parts of Europe? I know people have done that before. It'd be great. And just to get to know each other, so you don't have to go to a Rio or to a London or to a Tokyo with no spectators and no unity to come together. There's a chance to do that. So that would be my dream, using sport to come together at a local level and neighbour level and hold hands across the world. what a naive person I am, but there you are. I'm a Bolton fan.
Thank you, Tom. I think in this session we are sharing a lot of the ideas and dreams that we have related to sports. How about you, Michael? What kind of sport-related dreams do you have?
Well, my sports, I'm not a sports person, to be quite honest with you. But my dream is kind of going back to John's dream, where it's not maybe a competition. The other thing is it's so money driven. Like everything else, it's been commoditized. So, you know, eventually you kind of realize that, and it's hard to root for anybody, you know, because they're all playing for the same team in a way. So, yeah, so that's, I guess the dream is, you know, like in real life, how do we really come together, you know, in sports? That would be my dream.
Yes, and that's what we are doing here at the No Labels, No Walls Festival. How do we break all these walls and destroy labels related to enjoying sports together, or somehow creating new opportunities where people can come together. On this end, I will share my sport related dream, which is connected with football, but it's not walking football, but it's more like the spirit of football. I'm a fan of St. Pauli, which is a football club in Hamburg, and I got to know them by touring with Pertti Kurikan Nimipäivät, a Finnish punk rock band, and one of the stations where we went was Hamburg, and there was this very special football club that is not in the Premier League in Germany, but the spirit is awesome. It's a group and a community that appreciates this kind of values of honesty. They are not in it for the money. They don't sell their a brand or their stadium to others. They support gay rights. They do real fan action around equality, and they have friends all over the world. So I think these kind of football clubs and things related to sports are somehow make it easy for people to get together and also have something to talk about, like music. So anywhere I go, I find St. Pauli fans, and there's always something to talk about. So as we are creating a shared action, Soilikki, what are the questions that we should talk about? You can lead it from here. Thank you.
Okay, I was doing something else, just a second. Yeah, when we are talking about actions and continuity and impact, then the big picture is it's very important to build the big picture. So what is the big change you want to make, and we are talking about walking football and things around it. And goals, as we have been talking here, not all are competitive. Me also, I don't like so much of competition because there are also winners and losers. But what are the goals? The concrete changes which will lead to help and lead to find and achieve the vision. And what kind of resources we need on the journey towards our goals, and what kind of concrete actions do we take? And the more difficult question is after that, why these actions lead to change. And I think it's quite good for myself ask sometimes that question too from myself. What I do, how do I know, and why I should do something. So we have to think also about the outcomes. So what has changed in the lives of our target group, in their lives when we are at the end, when we see our goals. And what about the unwanted effects? When we are talking about sports, there are also, we have also talked about unwanted effects, but I think always when we're talking about human beings and also impact, then it's very good to think also those effects we didn't want or we didn't wait to see. So after that, we can talk about impacts, and I think when we are talking about impacts, then we have to realize that it takes time to prove the impact. And if we want to find impacts, and then we have to also remember to measure. But before that we are able to measure, we have to set the starting point, so we are able to measure the impact. So these are quite quite difficult things, what I'm now telling to you. But as you've seen, quite often also when we are talking a little bit of those EU applications, there is asked about the impact. And more we are asked when we do something, what is the impact, what you are waiting. So these kind of things. But I think that when we talk about during these actions, then it would be very nice to find something. We are on the way to impact, to show and prove impact. So how do we keep going on, and what else we can choose and change than thoughts and information? What is something we find, and then we keep going on that. So what after this action, what kind of co-creation we can find? Let's talk about these things too.
There's a lot to talk about, Soilikki. What kind of ideas do you have? Anybody here in this session? But what Soilikki said that.
I think, like, at least I was thinking last night about this whole thing of digital action. And I think that it's really limited. I think that because we've been forced with COVID to just take digital action together, and we've been kind of isolating because of that, the impact that we can make only can happen when we take our ideas into a community. And that's how we can kind of create shared action. So what I was thinking is, even with this sports event, is that if somebody can make a campaign, where I mean by that is, so let's say somebody's interested in walking football or another sports. If that means going into their community and creating a team, or going into their community and creating an action where they play a game with other people perhaps that are new, and then we can document that and then have other people join in their campaign in other communities, then perhaps then afterwards we can take then a collective action together for our next festival. So I just wanted to kind of ask everybody here, I'm not a sports person. For Hope for Justice, which is coming up at 9, I will be making a pledge. Also in building the bigger we into my community, and I will be doing it on a constant level for the rest of this year. And that's something I'm going to do personally. But I wanted to see from Tom, Simon, John, Steve, or Marcus, or even Anita, is there something perhaps how you can create your vision for sports and do it with people perhaps that you're unfamiliar with, or maybe you are familiar with, and then that other people then can replicate or join in on the campaign in where they're located?
How about it, Anita?
Okay.
Or Tom?
I'll respond to that challenge. I actually gate crashed this discussion because I was thinking we was going to talk about environmental justice, because I thought sport, yeah, it's good at a local level, but how do you do it internationally across the way, you know, apart from the big events, which, you know, I watch sometimes, but it doesn't bring us necessarily close together. It just satisfies some mythological sense of allegiance, which what we have, and those sorts of questions about identity. We do something together. All right, it challenged me. I wasn't expecting to say, yes, I thought of something, but Anita's example was very inspiring. It's fantastic. You know, I just wish this funky group of girls all the best, and how that develops. I think that's really quite inspiring. And even the slower pace of the walking footballers. So whether it's inspiring or just that, what can we do? All right, there's a local group I know that plays basketball, disabled people near where I live. And I'm working with one of the leaders of that disabled group to tell stories about their experiences over the last year or so over COVID, blah, blah, blah. And she's going to send me some images and stories and how we can do that. Is there anything that this sort of conversation can add to it? Is it just a case of their group coming together and maybe meeting some other disabled people's organisations in the north of England? Or is there something that can be part of this conversation? So my response to your question, Mary, is to throw it back to people here. Is there something that could be done? Can I go to Alison and say, look, I was with these crazy people doing these silly things. I even saw a stray Bolton fan there, asking what can we do together about dreams? Can we do something together? I'm not sure what that is. I've not a clue, but I don't mind putting that challenge to Alison because she likes challenges, and I'm inspired by her when I discuss challenges. And I'm putting it back to you. What can we do together? Is the way that the Anitas of this world, who obviously have inspired people with a group in Finland, can do something nationally. I know we can watch you via Instagram. I get that. We can watch you via YouTube. I get that too, and be inspired by it. But can we do something together? It's a question, but I'd be pleased to be part of someone who wants to find a solution to that question.
Yeah, I can share some experiences and best practices in sports. For example, what we have been doing in our region is that we work, because I work with children and junior athletes, mostly we didn't have adults at this time in our region, in my teams. But what we have done, we are working together, for example, with schools. So basically we go to schools after school and our coaches can hold a practice there where you can just come. It's for free. The school is offering the places to do the sports and you can just join the practice if you want, or you maybe need to leave. You don't have to sign up or something. So that's one way to kind of take the barriers of costing too much and not finding the place to practice or this kind of barriers away. And also one thing is that what I would like to do and develop is doing together with different, not just like sports, because sports is often just like, okay, we have the sports team and we are doing our thing and that's kind of it. But it would make sense that if it's adults or kids, that they have different interests and different hobbies. So maybe we could start collaborating with different organizations and doing things together. For example, they could first do sports with a coach and then they could do something else with some other facilitator, for example. So maybe using the same places where people come and then you can just like do different stuff, meet new people and join. Yeah, this is one couple of action ideas. And maybe just like sharing the information how you can start, because for example with the walking football, it's quite easy. You can basically just have a football, and place to go, and maybe someone who would organize the game and maybe put on Facebook like, hey, come and play this time, this place, let's try it, it's open for everyone, here is the rules. They are on the website in English also. So just maybe starting doing it when it's possible with this corona situation. But I think it's possible that maybe in some countries outside, maybe start playing with not being too close to each other. Yeah. But then what Soilikki said about the goals and stuff, what I think could be the goal is enhancing people's well-being, because like sports is a really, it's kind of like easy to come in because you have something you do together and you will have other people who have similar interests and you will have a social context with other people. And also with kids or young people, when you are at the practice, for example, on weekends, you are in a safe place with an adult and you're also doing something that motivates you and help you grow, and you're not maybe hanging outside or creating problems for yourself or for others. So it's kind of like, even if it's just sports and it's fun to do it and you kind of like get physical benefits, but I think it also have a more impact on people's well-being on a social and mental level also.
So maybe the idea is there's twofold: documentation and creation. So Tom, maybe your answer is if you go out and document the sports that you're doing, right, that you've been doing, and show that on the No Labels, No Walls sites, then perhaps then you can ask people what are some sports related activities based on the vision of what we all were kind of talking about. What is going on in your community. I'll give another example, the view from your window. So what happened during the COVID time, obviously everybody knows people took photos of outside their window and they put it up on the Facebook group. And it was like all around the world. We can do the same thing with documentation of sports related for that, but also for those that are able to create their vision of sports. And I think that's twofold. But John, I don't know if you had something to add.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, there's one I was thinking. Yeah, the Sheffield is situated in a most beautiful area called the Peak District, and we have 50,000 people who walk from Sheffield when the weather is good. And we also have a lot of people in Sheffield who are anglers, they're fishermen, but it's not fishing as you would know it. It's angling, which means that you sit at the riverbank and you put your hook in the water, and you don't really care whether you catch a fish or not. You kind of just sit there, and sometimes you have a friend with you. And what we have is in England today, a big problem is we have polluted rivers. So if we can put two objectives together, and following on with this documentation element, it would seem to me that if you could get groups, particularly young people, to go for walks and to, we've got many rivers in Yorkshire, where Sheffield is, and go for walks and sample the rivers for pollution, and go for a long walk, go for an 8-10 kilometer walk, and make sure that you plan it so you come across at least 2 or 3 rivers or streams, and that you test them, and you take the tests back, and you see how much pollution there is and what type of pollution it is, and then you can have an activity around, for example, if the pollution is from farmers because of the cattle and fertilizers, then I'm sure that they would get interested in, well, we need to do something about this. So you'd have an environmental, and it's good to encourage people to look more closely at the environment, there's all sorts of opportunities here for people to study the plants as they go along and the state they're in. So I think you could combine a kind of a sport called walking, and then have groups from communities going out together and coming back, and in community examine the results and have a discussion about it. I think that might be a good way to grow people and to have well-being as well as an impact on the environment.
That sounds amazing. I think when can we do that? So one of the things, like, making your idea reality, John, if you would take one person, let's say it's 2 weeks from now, and walk and show that you're walking, I know from experience, and then say, join me. And then ask maybe the person that you invited to bring one of their friends in for the following week to do the walk. Then we can start kind of building this global action movement. And with the No Walls platform, we can then show that around the world. And I think that's what's important digitally for this digital platform that we've all created.
I see.
Is that possible, John? Would it be possible for you, let's say in 2 weeks, to do that and then post it on our site? And then I will make a pledge. If you do that, I will take one of my neighbors, because I live in an apartment, and a new person, and I will do the same, because we have a water stream also right near me. So would that be possible?
I don't know. I've got this. I know that it's a very snow-filled country. Finland is, and I feel like I've been hit by an avalanche of ideas, and I feel like I want someone to rescue me from all these ideas. I agree with what you're saying. It sounds great. And you'll notice that Simon left the room so that I wouldn't nominate him as my companion.
Uh-oh.
But no, I'll tell you what I'll do. And it's a good thought. Unfortunately, I've got an arthritic leg from running. So I can't walk more than half a kilometer. But I have got grandchildren and 3 boys who are extremely fit. And they take the mountain bikes and things like that. and maybe I can talk to them, talk to my daughter about that, the idea, and exactly as you said it to me, Tom, that take someone with you, take pictures, send them to you, and then you replicate that. I'm sure I can arrange that, because I'm very good at delegation.
I think we all are.
Yes. But no,
it sounds fantastic. And Anita brought up something great in the chat about collecting garbage. So Anita, since John is going to be talking to his grandparents, Anita, would you take somebody perhaps and collect garbage and show that on No Labels? And then what we can then do is start building this this sport vision kind of thing. Is there a way you can do that in your community?
Yeah, sure. Like I was taking a walk Sunday on a national park, and when we were walking to the car, I was like, why there is so much rubbish in people just throwing the rubbish on the ground. So I think that could be definitely something I could do, and then challenge others to do it also, because then you could take a walk and also do something to take some action at the same time.
So right now, Tom, you're at the disability group with the documentation. John, you're going to be talking to your grandparents. Anita, you're going to be collecting garbage. And Simon, that leaves you. So
I somehow knew it would, Mike.
Yeah, I know. So what are you going to do? And it doesn't have to be necessarily environmental. The idea is that though, that taking somebody else that perhaps you know or you don't know, and having them accompany you on an activity or sport, and then seeing what that does, and then hopefully paying it forward with the person that you take, so it continues the action. What commitment or what idea do you have that you want to see? And then what action can you take? And if you don't know, that's fine. You can copy others.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I feel like at times a man drowning, maybe a bit like John being pulled out of an avalanche, drowning in work and obligations, Michael. So you probably know that feeling too. I think when I think of sport, actually, like I put up some pictures, I think like of sport sometimes, maybe it isn't really a sport when you do like windsurfing by yourself, but even the things that I did selfishly to enjoy, like windsurfing, I've stopped doing just because life seems to have become so busy. So I definitely, if I'm going to do something that's true to myself, I need to find something that I really want to do, not just another obligation, even for the wonderful world of No Labels, No Walls.
And I think, Simon, everybody walks for exercise or does something for exercise.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily, just when you're thinking about it, doesn't necessarily have to be something extra. It could be simply just asking somebody to walk with you. And then, like Anita saying, picking up some trash as you're walking. So you see what I'm saying? It can be that one simple act, but what's great about it, and I think what's great about what Tom, John, and Anita's been saying is that if there's that one action with somebody else, then it hopefully will inspire others to do the same through the network. So I just want to, because I know how busy everybody is, so it doesn't have to be extra.
I suppose the one that, so I just wanted to come back with, so I will think about that, and I put a rather abstract thing in the thing, but I think there's something about action documentation and also what I've said, like framework or mapping. And again, I'm involved in conversations in Sheffield. So Sheffield's just kind of like pretty average, large northern city. Northern kind of means, a bit more working class, not like London, doesn't make it into movies very much, but we love it. And but the weird thing about it is that it's so large, and it has all these discrete neighborhoods, and yet there's no real organized civic life around the neighborhoods.
Mm.
And I'm really intrigued by, I'm not just saying this because about Sheffield, it's the framework. In my garden at the moment, this is what I've been doing, Michael, a lot over the summer, is building a very bad, because I'm not really a great craftsman, trellis, like a trellis for plants to grow up. But I think these trellises, these frameworks are really important for actions that really start spreading. So, like if Sheffield, so I don't know the answer, and I think it's a really good question, but if Sheffield had 142 real neighborhoods, and, we know there's loads of people who love sport, but if people actually thought about, well, what do I do in my neighborhood? Then I think that has the impact of taking the cycle of action and documentation, like squaring it or geometrically thirding it or something. Because I think it starts raising this question, why is there nothing happening in our neighborhood? Or maybe I have to do something. Whereas at the moment, it's like there's no framework. So I'm involved in these conversations in the city at the moment about how we could try and, as it were, impose that framework back on the city. And I wonder whether through No Labels and Citizen Network, we should also be thinking about, in the previous section on the drama login and the culture houses, talking about mapping those things. But every map also is a kind of collection of gaps, isn't it? It's a collection of opportunities and other things we could create. So I don't know, Michael, I'm just kind of spinning off, but
no, and these are all great. So Simon, you're not job, but as you're thinking, and it might come in, just even if it's gardening, creating a new environment, right? From something, you're creating something else. And obviously gardening has a lot to do with food source, right? And food equity. So all I'm saying is that if we have a whole year, right, everybody, and we create these campaigns, and then everybody we meet and we bring them into this action that we've done and saying, hey, if you liked it, right, you like going on a walk, picking up trash. John, if your grandchild liked going and testing the water in your area, or Tom, the disability group that you work with, and then they ask their friend, then at the end of this year, if we come back into this shared action, right, then we've got a whole kind of grid of things that happen just by one person taking one action. And I think that could be very, very powerful, because the other thing we have to all remember is that because of COVID, a lot of the institutions that created these communities, at least in the United States, are gone. So at least now, and have changed. So if the one person can change the environment, and it will kind of hopefully rebuild the sense of community that was lost for so long. So that being said, Steve, you're creating community all the time in your music, but what has inspired you as far as action? Because I have an action that inspired me just by hearing it. But Steve, what for you do you want?
Well, basically, with regards to the work we do within BMix, we do have a sports project called Sportsnet. At the moment, it's just based in Ramsgate, 1 day a week, and they're yet to reopen due to COVID restrictions. They're due to reopen in September. So it's going to be interesting to see the impact that COVID's had on people's participation in sport during that sort of like period. We're looking at seeing how we can replicate that in other areas in Kent. So going to other leisure centres and running inclusive sports sessions. So I think that's where we're at as an organisation, is getting our current sports project running again, and then looking at how we can expand upon that in other areas. Because we're mindful of sort of like the impact the pandemic lockdowns had on people's own, obviously that, mental health, emotional health, but also physical health. You know, people's participation in sports been greatly reduced. So yeah, that's kind of sort of like the angle we're at.
So Steve, maybe perhaps you can start showing on the No Labels, No Walls group page, so we can start collecting this documentation, your attempt to do this.
Yeah.
With sports. And then John, Tom, and Simon, and myself, and Anita, then we can kind of also collect what we're doing. And then at the end of the year, seeing how it correlates and then seeing how it grew. Would that be okay, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, we document all the time anyway, sort of within our project. So yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, fantastic. And Marcus, the walking football Kukunori, what about for you all? What do you want to do, Marcus? What kind of action do you want to take for this kind of walking, this sports?
Thank you, Michael. And this goes also to Soilikki. Perhaps we can share the Padlet that you have created about the questions related to this theme. As we are seeking funding to provide opportunities inside European Union, unfortunately, UK is not in anymore, but it allows us to use your brains and your ideas to our advantage, and then you can take it back. So Soilikki, can you tell a little bit what does it include?
Yes, thank you, Markus. And thank you for, I have to say to you all that I really like that conversation and the way how you make visible this action and your plans. You really know, and the steps you just told that what are the steps on the way to the goal. Thank you for that. But we in Kukunori, we have plan to and we look for the Erasmus plus cooperation partnerships application form. It's here, and we are seeking company to cooperate with us. And what is Erasmus Plus? Is the EU program in the field of education, training, youth, and sport for the period of 7 years. So there is money for apply, and I took some things about some information from that application form, and just to show you that what kind of things are needed in and what kind of things we have to think. And perhaps I start from this what, when, and whom part, because it's easier to know what are the deadlines. And this is just for countries and organizations and so NGOs from European Union countries who are able to take part of this. But here is needed three countries, three organizations, and the deadline for the apply is 3rd November. It comes quite soon, and there are possibilities to try to find finance for between 12 or 36 months, and the grants changes between 100,000 and 400,000 euros. So we need a company who will apply with us, and all these NGOs or others has to have their own plan something what they are going to do in this project. So then we will take care of the application. I will take care of that. The application will be made until 3rd of November. And then if you are interested in, then let's start to think together, how could we try to find word around these things. Could you, Markus, tell a little bit more? What are you thinking about of this more than walking football?
Thank you, Soilikki. This is very sort of important picture in a way, as we are celebrating creating action together. At least coming from NGO perspective and umbrella organization perspective, many organizations are saying that we're too busy, we don't have resources. So they are so busy that they are not applying for resources. And some organizations are more active and better than others. And that also leads into an unequal situation where people like people with intellectual difficulties or communities around them are not so keen into getting into international collaboration because it's difficult and hard. And our idea is to use this kind of sports theme in bringing community action together. I know in Citizen Network there's whole network of local and citizenship action, but it could be useful to use walking football and similar kind of sport related themes to enable us to collaborate and do some real action, like these No Labels, No Walls festivals. So we have had over the years a couple of ideas, and we have applied for funding from the perspective of joining forces and to create this kind of citizenship activity centers and action. So our next idea is, so let's put all our heads together and hearts together and follow these dreams around sports, because that's related to well-being, but it's also would be interesting to monitor the impact that this kind of action would take locally, and then compare that with a couple of other places in Europe. Kukunori has developed a system called Pokka, which allows us to monitor the results and then create impact data and this kind of impact discussion that would be beneficial for communities who are involved in the project. But in the end, it would continue and facilitate this kind of network that would continue and to enjoy all the benefits of community action. And Aapo, me and Soilikki, we have thought about working with communities related with intellectual difficulties, because there's less action in Europe and less mobility actions with this target group. And that would be something that at least we don't know that exists yet. But what do you think? How about you, Simon?
I think the group that inspires me, I mentioned before, PFG Doncaster, and I remember, in fact, in the report we've just published, so I can send you the link to this, I'll put it in the chat. I think it's in the webinar as well that we did about their work. So this is a group of people who have these labels stuck on them, like mental health problems or disabilities. And Chris from that group, he started the football group. And I think that, he talks about the immense sense of pride and satisfaction he's got from being able to start something, being able to get people together, then being able to go into competition. I think they can cope with winning and losing. So I think because there's the social side to it. So I think one of the things that strikes me is that there is some really simple pathways that, you know, Chris is talking about. Like, it just took a little bit of courage to do this. He didn't think he could do it. And actually, once he started it, it really paid huge dividends. So wouldn't it be great if we made it feel easy for people to do these kind of things, and that we could celebrate the starting of it in some way? That would be a kind of cool thing. It would work well with No Labels answered as a network, wouldn't it? To just help people, because it flips things round. What PFG Doncaster do now is they lead community change. Like, they're not any longer the people who wait for it because they have these labels. They're leading the way. So I think we already have the ideas coming from these groups, but what we need to do is, scatter the seed more widely and show it the root, the flowers coming up, if you like. Sorry, stuck with this metaphor. I think that would be a very exciting methodology, is to make it easy for people to set these things up. What Michael was talking about before, I think, is a huge issue, which is that a lot of the leadership for making things happen ends up being kind of by default left with a few organizations who then run out of steam or energy. Actually, this is the sort of thing that everybody can do. So I think that's the kind of approach we need to definitely embrace and get behind. Just like No Labels, No Walls does that about community media and arts, I think extending that to football and other sports makes perfect sense.
Thank you, Simon. I was just thinking about this kind of feeling issues. So sports and art are sort of like close relatives. They are there to research and to think about and to motivate us. They are there to move us. Perhaps we can get some movement into the world through sports and art, and creating a new kind of culture around that. And I really think that your example of communities taking the lead and leading the action is something that we need here in Finland. We have great opportunities in cities and in municipalities, and now we are creating this kind of huge social and healthcare areas. So if there's a new things coming our way, so perhaps people and these new areas would be interested in new things as well. But we are grassroots level people here. So like Michael told, that we are about taking personal action, taking personal contact. So if in the other end is the government, we are the people kind of mentality, and what kind of resources and support do we need to make this move forward? And this is a good question for something that you might seek funding for, or you just start now. And that's a good question. In our area here in Finland, is that people are expecting that perhaps somebody comes and saves the world, and this kind of mentality is perhaps not active citizenship, and somebody has to show the way and invite and be the one that contacts other people, and that's something that we could learn from people in United Kingdom, in Scotland, and from Europe.
Can I pick up on these discussions? Not because I want to take part in the Erasmus program, because bye EU when you're in the UK. but some of these dilemmas, I think John's example of the rivers in Sheffield and that walking and really documenting things and doing things is excellent, John. I really wish you well on that. John will know, but further down in Yorkshire, which is where I live, we've had a lot of floods, and there were some in South Yorkshire too. And the dilemmas this causes, I don't want you to get involved in the flood action, that's another discussion, but the dilemmas this causes for grassroots community groups. Do they go along with the big players? And the big player in floods in Britain is the Environmental Agency. So that you get a few bits of money from their cast-offs, because they get £50 million to do stuff in our area. We're talking big money here, not just tens, 20,000. And accept some of their cast-offs and work with them. Or do you say sod it, or worse language to that effect, because I know people have used other language, obviously you don't know because it's in English, to the Environmental Agency and says you've got it all wrong. You're using a macro engineering approach to river management, valley management, which is completely inappropriate. But that's the real dilemma for community groups. And there's a split in our area about that. Those who are saying, look, we've got to go along with them, better that we get this for nothing. And others are saying, look, the whole approach is wrong. So there's dilemmas for community groups. There's not necessarily a unitary voice. And that compromise is shaped by huge amounts of money that have been invested in a particular area for whatever reason. In our case, it's because of the flooding disasters we've had over the last few years.
Thank you, Tom, and welcome, Ivo. Also, welcome to No Labels, No Walls Festival. Welcome, Marlene is coming soon. So our session is about to end. I want to thank you for the discussion, and hopefully Soilikki will get some material for the new project. So we are seeking partners. So if you know good partners here in Europe, we are open for that. And I think Citizen Network is a good place to start. We have already created networks around themes that are related to sports and sport action, like we discussed here in this session. So next on No Labels, No Walls Festival, I would like to welcome Theatre Workers Project, welcome Marlene, and later we get more people in. And so don't leave the session. We are continuing live here on Zoom. And we are going to watch a movie created by Theatre Workers Project. It is called Further Shores.
Hands.
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 Hands. My hands tell a story.
My hands have never been clean.
My hands have fought for freedom.
My hands are builders, are nurturers.
My hands are crafty. My hands are swift.
Drunk, cold hands. They turn to hurt with old age.
I've built a fence, torn it down and made amends with them. Been undressed by them, cautioned by them.
Slipping over computer keys, spelling my mistakes, fears, hopes, dreams, and accomplishments.
Explaining my meaning, even when I don't know what to say. My hands try to explain.
These hands have served me well.
I wish I would have had the courage then. I wish I would have had the courage then. I wish I would have had the courage then.
I wish I would have had the courage then.
I wish I had the courage then, like I have the courage now.
My parents always told me if I continue to live my life the way I was either going to be 6 feet under or end up in prison. I guess I was lucky to be alive, but for me, it didn't matter. I felt like I was a failure in life, embarrassed and ashamed of the person I became. I turned to drugs and alcohol to ease my pain. Finally, in 1987, my world came crumbling down once again. I ended up with a 15 years life sentence in Old Folsom State Prison. I believed that I was going to spend the rest of my life in prison. I was going to die in prison, that was it.
My incarceration held hands with desperation. Hope was a whisper that was always spoken into my ear, to give up or to give in.
What is freedom? Well, I would say it's not being bound down with even half the weight that I used to be, because usually what you would have to say about me would determine over half my day, and then some. So when does true freedom take place? Maybe when my feelings about my feelings can't get out of the way, and I can just feel, live, be. Freedom's within me.
I stand up now, no question, with words I use as weapons. I stand up against genocide. Since slavery, Black lives been monetized, cotton field pickers traumatized. I wish I had the courage then, like I have the courage now.
I stood in the breach of slings and arrows being hurled by little girls and boys as another of a different hue stepped into view on the school playground. When they reached their mark, they landed upon my ebony hues. My eyes flashed darts, my hands at the ready. There would be no flight. My legs rock steady.
I was born brown, but told not to be proud. I went to school to learn. I was called dumb. I asked for a future, but was given a jail cell.
Shall we open the borders of our hearts, souls, and minds? Call me a spade because I'm looking to bury separation. I want to stand for community, that we might sit down and break bread.
Hope then.
Hope now. No, hope now. So hope then. Hope now.
Hope then. Hope now.
Hope is not an idea, it's a mindset. It's energy. It is an imprint which sears its being, never to be erased or removed. And there are times when it can be ignored, yet it will subtly or rudely reappear, making its presence known. I'm back.
On a rainy day in 2017, the text on my phone read, "Stop wasting your time with school. You look like a fool." The raindrops fell like spears. The light turned green. Up on my bike I went. The road seemed far and dark. I gripped my handlebars and told myself, hang on tight, Robert. Your education will bring peace to your future, even though it doesn't seem near.
Hope sauntered across the floor. My heart skipped a beat. I found myself lifted upon my feet. The aroma of the juke joint arose as I was lifted higher and higher off my toes. My chest constricted with my last breath of air. The fair lady Hope danced with me into thin air.
Will I ever see them again? I mean, I know that I will. But when I see them, can I receive them as a man and show them to build? I mean, my perception, it's a blessing when the essence is right. But how can I teach them when I failed every lesson in life? A dream deferred is hope diluted in confusion. Being real only appeals to a man who is his truest self. So help, that starts from within. And to be better, that's the hope in the heart of this man.
Now, what gives me hope is the morning sun. All the tears of yesteryears, the mess and tests, gave way to a brand new day of rest. Though some issues tend to linger still, they don't bear on the way I feel. For the day is new, the word is true, my decree is still due. All I've seen and couldn't handle, the Lord has taken me through. It's that sunrise for me.
Further shores.
Off I went to settle a
My
score.
resilience kept me resolute. Further shores.
The waves arose on a distant shore, and off I went to settle a score. In the distance a siren wept, upon her bosom did I. The shared grief was taken lightly. Waves did crash, lightning does flash, and forgiveness is never a lash.
Life brings waves of events, creating tsunamis of emotions, and hope and belief kept me steadfast in those turbulent seas.
Resilience kept me steady. Determination kept me resolute. These characteristics were my cure to the fears that rained down on me.
I dream of being the real me with the healings of my bones and being able to walk with nature on my own 2 feet.
I believe in miracles, soothe my soul like old Negro spirituals.
The miracle of change, of redemption, authenticity. Miracles that are physical in nature. Miracles that are untouchable. I see you. I smell you. I feel you. I embrace you because I am you. I am a miracle called life.
I dream of a world where peace is as common as breathing, where no one feels threatened by someone else's color, lifestyle, or ideas. A world where the virtue is in valuing oneself enough to value others. I dream of a world of peace.
As a child growing up in the inner city, to hear the phrase, "He got hands," was high praise.
As a young man, executing roots between the gridiron, to hear the phrase, "He got hands," was high praise.
Now, as an adult, giving back more than you take, to hear the phrase, "Helping hands," It's high praise.
I asked for a future, but was given a jail cell. When I spoke knowledge, they raised their guns. Arrest after arrest. Finally, I put my handcuffs to rest.
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 Finally, I can put my handcuffs to rest.
Choose life.
Choose life.
Choose life.
Choose life.
Choose life.
We can pave the way. Choose life and not destruction. You can change the world if you choose life.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water, children. Oh, wade in the water. God, He's gonna trouble the
Hello, everybody, and welcome to No Labels, No Walls Festival. My name is Markus Vähälä, and I'm hosting this festival together with you here live from Helsinki, Finland. Part of the Kukunori week, we are celebrating the International No Labels, No Walls Festival with shared action and content around the world. Happily, we have Susie Tanner and Marlene McCurtis here on call. Welcome to No Labels, No Walls Festival. Would you like to tell a little bit to our international audience about this project and about this video? Welcome, Marlene.
Hi, thank you so much, Marcus. I see that Susie is still trying to connect to audio. Susie is the founder and director of Theater Workers Project, and I am the associate director, and I'm a teaching artist there for Theater Workers. I teach creative writing, and I've been called upon to do some films every now and then, particularly with the pandemic, we aren't able to meet in person. So we've been doing a lot of things over Zoom and creating these theatrical collages to highlight the men's work. So thank you so much for viewing our film, Further Shores. And what you just saw was a film that we put together. All the material was written by the men in workshop. Every man that you saw there was formerly incarcerated. Some of them served life sentences and were recently paroled or granted clemency. And so they write the pieces and then they perform them themselves. So it's really a way for the men to share their stories and for the world right now to really hear the stories of formerly incarcerated individuals.
It was lovely to see the quality of the production as well. Here in Finland, we have a lot of action around art, culture, and social justice. But that kind of quality that you were able to create is astonishing. What kind of skills and networks and people do you need around you to create such high quality movies?
Well, I think we're very fortunate that we have this amazing team of teaching artists. So that's really been something that's been very fortunate for us. Alexa and Kirshner, who is our movement specialist, she's a dancer, choreographer. She actually put together the movements there. And we also have this amazing photographer who works with us, Shanley. And so we've been really fortunate to have, I think, a team of artists. We really can't do this alone. It's really about us coming together and working together. I think the other thing for me personally is that I really feel as though the men's stories actually deserve this high quality of artistic expression, right? So that for me, that's very important, that their work is elevated artistically. So that's when I'm thinking about what I want to do or approaching this, that's something that's always in the back of my mind, that I want to really honor their stories and who they are.
Thank you so much, Marlene. Is it so that people can watch this movie online, or is it available?
Yeah,
somewhere?
It is. I can actually drop that into the chat if you give me a second. I have to find it, but I can drop a link into the chat for folks if they want to see it. And also what I will do, which I don't have, I will also drop in our website into the chat as well, because there's several films that we have done over the last couple of months. I mean, as I said, the pandemic has really forced us to be creative, right? I mean, we can't meet in person. We had to figure out a way to put the men's work, and we also work with women, but mostly men, work out there. So we've had to come up with creative ways, and creating these short films has been the way that we've been able to do that. So it's great. I see Susie's having a problem connecting to audio here. So I'm kind of soloing. I'm kind of riffing on my own here. Hopefully she'll join us soon.
Yes, Susie is coming soon and joining us into this conversation about Theatre Workers Project and Further Shores movie that we just saw. Mary and Michael, you have collaborated with Theatre Workers Project as you are running a very interesting theatre called the Strindberg Laboratory. Is there something that you would like to say about the movie? Have you been working in this project as well, or related to this project?
Eddie, do you want to answer that? We work in correctional facilities like Theater Workers Project, but no, that is their own. We're just so excited to have theater workers here today showing their work, because we've seen all of their plays, at least that we are able to see on the outside, and every time it's been fantastic. So we're so excited to have them here, and their work is really, really important. Anything else, Mehdi?
Oh yes, I just wanted to say, really, I've been so impressed of your videos. I mean, during COVID, I mean, I've seen all your plays outside as well, and it's such a challenge to work, you know, through Zoom and through, you know, social distancing. But your videos have been really fantastic. So I'll just hope that people will watch them, not only this one that's here in the festival, but all of them. They're all such a just high standards and touching and exciting.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, I have to say, Michael, you know, the first time that when I first started working with theater workers, one of the we were there. You did a festival at LACC, Los Angeles Community College, and we were there with some folks that actually did a small performance. You allowed us that possible, you know, that opportunity. Do you remember that, Michael?
That was the Freedom Festival. Absolutely. That was part of Los Angeles City College. And that's what kind of impelled the No Labels, No Walls, because what was so great about that festival was that everybody from students to people who are formerly incarcerated to other people in the outside community got together and said freedoms for everybody. So yeah, that was a really important festival and kind of birthed the No Labels movement. So yeah, absolutely.
Well, I see Susie's here with us. Hi, good morning, Susie. How are you?
Hi, good morning. Sorry, I was a little behind the time here, but I'm here. Yes, I remember that festival, and I remember that it was actually the very first time that the men we were working with performed Anything, Anywhere. And they did a reading of just a snippet of what became a play, and it was pretty amazing for them. It's a great opportunity.
You know, Susie, I've been sharing a little bit about our process, and Marcus, you may have additional questions as well, but I'm wondering, Susie, if you want to kind of talk a little bit about what Theater Workers does and our process of getting these pieces where they are. I mean, the fact that we have real folks actually writing and performing, I mean, I think that's always such a gift and a challenge.
Well, Theater Workers Project began in 1983 with a grant from the California Arts Council for an artists in community program to work with unemployed steelworkers in Southeast Los Angeles. And the whole point of the program was to uplift the stories of men who were impacted by plant closures and who had been lost their jobs after working for some 25 up years at a steel plant in Southeast Los Angeles. And it mirrored, like the work that we do with formerly incarcerated and incarcerated individuals, it mirrored thousands and thousands and thousands of stories all over the country, and then ultimately all over the world, mirrored the lives of people who were affected by being cast out of a system. So there's a commonality between being cast out of a system and incarcerated in a system, right? There are these universal stories. So that's how Theater Workers Project began. There was always a commitment that I had to collaborating with the quote unquote real people and having them create and tell their stories in collaboration with professional artists. And Theater Workers Project grew from that program. And I have collaborated with, over the years, striking meat packers in Austin, Minnesota, shipbuilders in Southern California, critical care nurses, Latinx immigrant workers, students of all ages, and then circled back to creating these performance pieces with incarcerated and formerly incarcerated, mostly men. We work mostly with a male population. And the commitment has always been a form of documentary theater where people are not playing other people, but they are playing themselves and they're telling their own stories through theater, physical theater, movement, and creating the material through writing. But it is always, I think of it as, it's like being an architect. A good architect collaborates with the client. A good architect says, how do you, a good architect does in what's called an inductive process, rather than saying, here's the design and fit yourself into that house. A good architect will sit down with the homeowner and will say, okay, what do you want to see the inside of your house look like? Here's a frame. Here's my intended frame for your house. Here's my design. But you have to live in that house. So it has to be an expression of your personality, your life, your needs. That's kind of the same process that we do. We come to an environment of, no matter who the participants are, and collaborate with them to create these works of art. And again, it's like building a house. We have an expertise in creating a frame. They have an expertise in creating the content. So the content is always comes from the participants, and 99 and 9/10 time, they're the performers. Occasionally, it happens that when we do a project with a reentry program, because reentry is more complicated, those who work in both reentry and in the carceral setting, I think can attest to the fact that once people are released into the free world, their lives become much more complicated. There is one of our participants says, we have so many choices that we sometimes don't know what to choose. So we say yes to everything, and then we get tripped up because we can't do everything that we've dreamed about doing for 25, 30 years, right? The reentry is complicated. Life intervenes. So sometimes we have had to cast actors in roles to flesh out a performance piece in the reentry setting, but that's happened very seldom. And oddly enough, when we're doing these virtual programs, which would not be my choice under normal circumstances, we've never had to do that, because even though reentry is complicated, if the commute is short, like from your living room to another part of your living room, right, and you can participate in a program on Zoom, the attendance has been better and we have had less attrition. So that's the Theater Workers Project. Everybody has a story to tell and everybody is an artist. Everyone's capable of telling that story. That's the Theater Workers Project drill. I hope that's answered your question.
Thank you so much, Susie. As time is moving towards the hour, we are also moving into new shared action around justice and art. Hope for Justice is something that we are spending the next 1.5 hours with. But Susie and Marlene, coming from your experiences and this Further Shores movie, what could be your challenge to us and to the communities following this? That what could be the shared action coming from this movie? What should we do?
Marlene, I'm going to let you take the group poem exercise portion on, but I'll launch it by saying that to me, the beauty of the theater process is that it is an ensemble process. Creating a work of art as a theater person, unless you're doing a one-person show, which we're not, it is a collaborative process. It's an ensemble process. So the creation of an ensemble piece of art brings people together. It allows everybody to walk in each other's shoes, to participate in a common experience. And that is what we would like to do today. What I'd like to ask before we start is there anybody in the workshop meeting at the moment who did not see the Further Shores video? So so what we're going to do is we're going to show the video after Marlene says a few words about the poem and about what to look for and what to think about. We're going to show the video again. It's short, it's only 14 minutes. So those of you who have already seen it, feel free to take a moment or feel free to watch it again, right? Every time I watch it, I get something different out of it. I get a new perspective. I see something different. So I don't think it hurts to watch it again. But please do watch the video, and then we'll come back and we'll continue with the shared action. So Marlene, do you want to say a few words before they show the video again?
Yeah, well, I have two things to say. I think that kind of in the broader sense, I think the question that Marcus asked about what can we do, right, in terms of what Further Shores is saying and what kind of shared action we can do. I mean, I always feel like the action that we always can do something, right? I mean, I think that for me, we always can find some way to become engaged in social justice, whatever that means, whether it's environmental justice, whether it's racial justice, whether it's justice around trans rights. We can always find a way to become engaged. So that's what I would say. I think, that our shared action can be every day kind of thinking about what can I do to make the planet a better place? And it could be small actions, big actions. I think sometimes we think we have to do these huge actions, and it's not necessarily so, right? So I just think that was what I would kind of say about that. So how many people haven't seen the video? Michael, were you the only one?
I'm sorry?
I said, Michael, you haven't seen it. Michael McCarty, you haven't seen the video. Has everyone else seen the video? Further Shores, yes.
Yeah, it's up to you. If you want to show it again, the thing I just want to make sure we have enough time to do the justice and art so everybody gets involved. But if you want to show it again, we definitely can. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think we actually have enough people here, Susie, to maybe do putting people in breakout Well, we can't do that. That's right. I forgot. We can't do that. Never mind. I love putting people in breakout groups. But anyway, I think that we can show it again. I think that what we're asking you to do as you watch it, this particular piece was really inspired by a piece of poetry. Susie, can you kind of talk to you, because you were the one that found the poem, and why you felt this was a good piece for us to really motivate this idea of searching for a further shore.
Yes, it is inspired by a piece of writing from Seamus Heaney, wrote a play called The Curse of Troy, and it is a quote. I came across this quote during the height of the pandemic, and it really rang true to me. And it, Marlene, can you share, or can you project the actual quote?
I'm working on that right now, Susie.
Okay.
I had a feeling you were going to ask that, so I am doing that, pulling it up.
And we were working with a group of formerly incarcerated men in Los Angeles, and we were launching a project, and we always start with an idea for a theme. And I wanted them to think about what they would be reaching for, what their further shore would be. And I wanted them to think of it in the broadest possible sense. What they would like to see for the world, what they'd like to see for their lives, what they'd like to see for their lives in connection with their families, with their hopes, with their dreams. It just seemed like a really beautiful jumping off point. So that was the foundation of our program with them, and it carried through during the entire 7 weeks that we worked with them to develop the material that ultimately became the performance collage called Further Shores.
Okay, so here's the quote here. So hope for a great sea change on the other side of revenge. Believe that a further shore is reachable from here. Believe in miracles and cures and healing wells. And when we come back after showing the video, what we're going to do is that we're going to think about this idea of a further shore. We've been working on, over the last couple of weeks, a group international poem, right, which I'll show you once we get back. And the theme of the poem was hope for justice. And what is your hope for a great sea change, for a more just world? So we have that poem, but since we have you gathered here, one of the actions we would like to do is, as you're watching the poem, as you're watching the film again, if you can start just even jotting down a sentence or two of what your hope is for a great sea change, and we come back, we can share that and add that to our group poem. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen, this one. And so there's two ways. I'm going to play the video, but you also can, there's a link to it in the chat if you do want to click on that. Can everyone see that link that's in the chat? You can also watch it that way. As we were watching the video, what I would ask you to do, if you don't mind, just turning off your camera, that would be great. And I'm going to share my screen again and show the video. Okay, hold on 1 second.
And I think if everyone could also mute themselves.
Give me a second. Okay, right, let's do it from here.
Hands.
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 My hands tell a story.
My hands have never been clean.
My hands have fought for freedom.
My hands are builders, are nurturers.
My hands are crafty. My hands are swift.
Drunk, cold hands. They turn to hurt with old age.
I've built a fence, torn it down and made amends with them. Been undressed by them, cautioned by them.
Slipping over computer keys, spelling my mistakes, fears, hopes, dreams, and accomplishments.
Explaining my meaning, even when I don't know what to say. My hands try to explain.
These hands have served me well.
I wish I would have had the courage then. I wish I would have had the courage then. I wish I would have had the courage then.
I wish I would have had the courage then.
I wish I have the courage then, like I have the courage now.
My parents always told me if I continue to live my life the way I was either going to be 6 feet under or end up in prison. I guess I was lucky to be alive, but for me, it didn't matter. I felt like I was a failure in life, embarrassed and ashamed of the person I became. I turned to drugs and alcohol to ease my pain. Finally, in 1987, my world came crumbling down once again. I ended up with a 15 years life sentence in Old Folsom State Prison. I believed that I was going to spend the rest of my life in prison. I was going to die in prison, that was it.
My incarceration held hands with desperation. Hope was a whisper that was always spoken into my ear, to give up or to give in.
What is freedom? Well, I would say it's not being bound down with even half the weight that I used to be, because usually what you would have to say about me would determine over half my day, and then some. So when does true freedom take place? Maybe when my feelings about my feelings can't get out of the way, and I can just feel, live, be. Freedom's within me.
I stand up now, no question, with words I use as weapons. I stand up against genocide. Since slavery, Black lives been monetized, cotton field pickers traumatized. I wish I had the courage then, like I have the courage now.
I stood in the breach of slings and arrows being hurled by little girls and boys as another of a different hue stepped into view on the school playground. When they reached their mark, they landed upon my ebony hues. My eyes flashed darts, my hands at the ready. There would be no flight. My legs rock steady.
I was born brown, but told not to be proud. I went to school to learn. I was called dumb. I asked for a future, but was given a jail cell.
Shall we open the borders of our hearts, souls, and minds? Call me a spade because I'm looking to bury separation. I want to stand for community, that we might sit down and break bread.
Hope then.
Hope now.
No, hope now. The hope then. Hope now?
Hope then. Hope now.
Hope is not an idea, it's a mindset. It's energy. It is an imprint which sears its being, never to be erased or removed. I mean, there are times when it can be ignored, yet it will subtly or rudely reappear, making its presence known. I'm back.
On a rainy day in 2017, the text on my phone read, "Stop wasting your time with school. You look like a fool." The raindrops fell like spears. The light turned green. Up on my bike I went. The road seemed far and dark. I gripped my handlebars and told myself, "Hang on tight, Robert. Your education will bring peace to your future, even though it doesn't seem near."
Hope sauntered across the floor. My heart skipped a beat. I found myself lifted upon my feet. The aroma of the juke joint arose as I was lifted higher and higher off my toes. My chest constricted with my last breath of air. The fair lady Hope danced with me into thin air.
Will I ever see them again? I mean, I know that I will. But when I see them, can I receive them as a man and show them to build? I mean, my perception, it's a blessing when the essence is right. But how can I teach them when I failed every lesson in life? A dream deferred is hope diluted in confusion. Being real only appeals to a man who is his truest self. So help, that starts from within. And to be better, that's the hope in the heart of this man.
Now, what gives me hope is the morning sun. All the tears of yesteryears, the mess and tests, gave way to a brand new day of rest. Though some issues tend to linger still, they don't bear on the way I feel. For the day is new, the word is true, my decree is still due. All I've seen and couldn't handle, the Lord has taken me through. It's that sunrise for me.
Further shores.
Off I went to settle a score.
Resilience kept me resolute.
Further shores.
On further shores.
The waves arose on a distant shore, and off I went to settle a score. In the distance a siren wept, upon her bosom did I. The shared grief was taken lightly. Waves did crash, lightning does flash, and forgiveness is never a lash.
Life brings waves of events, creating tsunamis of emotions, and hope and belief kept me steadfast in those turbulent seas.
Resilience kept me steady. Determination kept me resolute. These characteristics were my cure to the fears that rain down on me.
I dream of being the real me with the healings of my bones and being able to walk with nature on my own 2 feet.
I believe in miracles, soothe my soul like old Negro spirituals.
A miracle of change, of redemption, authenticity. Miracles that are physical in nature. Miracles that are untouchable. I see you. I smell you. I feel you. I embrace you because I am you. I am a miracle called life.
I dream of a world where peace is as common as breathing, where no one feels threatened by someone else's color, lifestyle, or ideas. A world where the virtue is in valuing oneself enough to value others. I dream of a world of peace.
As a child growing up in the inner city, to hear the phrase, "He got hands," was high praise.
As a young man, executing roots between the gridiron, to hear the phrase, "He got hands," was high praise.
Now, as an adult, giving back more than you take, to hear the phrase, helping hands, is high praise.
I asked for a future, but was given a jail cell. When I spoke knowledge, they raised their guns. Arrest after arrest. Finally, I put my handcuffs to rest.
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 Finally, I can put my handcuffs to rest.
Choose life.
Choose life.
Choose life.
Choose life.
Choose life.
We can pave the way. Choose life and not destruction. You can change the world if you choose life.
Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water, children. Oh, wade in the water. God, He's gonna trouble the
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for, if you've seen it before, thank you for your second viewing. I hope that you enjoyed it the second time as well. And before we get started in the writing exercise, I didn't know if anyone had any questions, because we really didn't take questions about the film the first time we showed it. Does anyone have any questions, comments, anything like that? No? Okay. So
somebody just said they liked it even better the second time.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you. Okay.
Marlene, can I say something? Because
yes, please.
I just, every time I see it, I think of something else. And in terms of our shared action today, this whole concept, like I worried about asking the question, let me start again. There's a poem that I used for one of the exercises that we did, which starts with choose life. And I worried about this because many of the men who were in this program had been sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Then their sentences had been commuted. Some of them had served determinate life sentences. So when you say choose life, the whole word life means many different things to many different people, depending on the context. And I kind of worried about this, like, what will that mean? So I actually talked about that when we launched this particular writing prompt. And we talked about the concept of choosing life. What does that mean? It means something very different to many human beings. And for our purposes today, I would like us to explore the whole idea of choosing life over death. So choosing institutions, recreating institutions, exploring the idea of what does the life mean to people? What does living a life mean? What does the opportunity to live a life as a free person, whether it's in your mind or whether it's in your physical body? How can we advocate? How can we transform our society so that we're advocating for life, for the beauty and the possibilities of life? I think I'd like that to be included in what you are thinking about. And I'll hand it back to Marlene.
Great. So I know that we have a lot on our agenda today. And I know we also, Michael's here, Michael McCarthy, to actually help us come up with a title for our group poem, as well as we have some artwork that we're going to show. Am I right about that, Mary? We have some other things we have to do here, because I'm looking at the chat. We have some artwork.
Part of the Hope for Justice project. Yeah, so I want to make sure prison sent us and want to share that. And then also talk about what is this all leading to? You know, like, how can we create another action from this? So yeah. Mm-hmm.
So to make sure we have enough time to do everything. I think the first thing, maybe, Susie, let's open it up. I mean, that was a really excellent idea, question you had. Maybe you can rephrase it. I mean, just say it again, and maybe people can give their responses, and we can start writing some of that down. How about that?
Sure. If we were to transform this world in which we live from a life culture to a culture where people are put down, are marginalized, are, in a sense, killed, right? Spirits are killed, human beings are killed. Governments impose restrictions on people in a carceral setting, in a punitive way. How can we transform a death culture into a life culture? How can we choose life over death? Yeah. How can we make a world where we are advocating for the joy of life, of living, of the opportunity to live, to be whole, rather than to be marginalized and excluded?
I think that's a great prompt. And I'm wondering if anyone wants to kind of give us a couple of sentences of thoughts on that, or either drop it in the chat, and we can add that into our thinking about adding that into the group poem that we've already created. Any thoughts?
I wrote making new connections.
Okay, great. And let me share my screen here, and I'll start popping some of this stuff in here.
One of the things that those of us who work inside prisons, see every time we go in there is the exclusion, how exclusion and separation is celebrated by the carceral setting, and how collaboration and vitality as a group, coming together as a group, is frowned upon and structured against. In a way, the spirit is killed. And one of the things that we do as artists when we come into the carceral setting is find a way to give opportunities for that exclusion, that separation to be overturned.
Any other thoughts about choosing life? Okay, joining others. I like this one. I love what you're putting in the chat, so I don't have to worry about my terrible spelling on the spot in front of everyone. Shared experience. Okay, so you, oh, okay, wow, look, shared experience. And this is a beautiful one here. I think I'm gonna read this. Who just put this big one in the chat? I can't really see. Whose is that? My hands are—
It's mine, Marlene.
Can you read that, Marcus? It's so beautiful. Do you mind reading it?
Yes. My hands are tapping without anything to do. I see further shores. As a reflection from my clouds, I thought they were darker than inside of my mind. I thought it was the end, but it was tomorrow shining through these dark clouds. I'm not free. I stand on these 2 feet and the ground is heavy under them. No, the ground is falling and I'm following, dropping to a hollow planet, flying like a bullet. It's all about the fears, not tears. There's a diamond in every ounce in lost dreams of further shores. Peace is active. It's an activist. I want to raise these hands to greet, not to make you fear, my dear. But I see you now, not like a memory or a shadow, but as a feeling, as hope. All the things I couldn't handle burned like candles, and in the end, as the flame drowns, I am free.
So beautiful, so beautiful. I mean, you know, for me, and I would love someone else to really respond to what you wrote. I think everything that we've had dropped in this chat is absolutely wonderful and building upon this idea. But my piece is active, right? Oh my goodness. That line is so powerful to me. Does anyone else have any thoughts about lines that really stood out for you? Don't be shy.
I just saw in the chat someone put "we are connected."
Yeah, I'm putting that in there.
Yeah, and it's again, this whole concept, the fear that the powers that be have of connection, of folks being connected, of having common and shared experience. It's a very powerful thing.
So I know, you know, one of the things, thank you so much for whoever folks that contributed. We really appreciate that. And Marcus, such a beautiful piece of writing, and right there on the spot. I think that's one of the wonderful things about art, right? We can create right here on the spot, right? And we can be inspired and inspire each other. And I think that in terms of action, that is something. How do we inspire and hold each other up, right? So as I mentioned, we did do a prompt and with Michael's help, and we spread it around, and we did create a group poem kind of based on this concept. Michael, do you want to talk a little bit about that process in terms of creating the group, kind of getting people to participate in the group poem? And I'm going to throw it up on
I mean, the big thing that we did is because of COVID, obviously we're limited digitally, but in our Action Mondays, we basically people to help us create in the group poem. So we took it to an online community that we've created through the No Labels, No Walls Action Mondays. The second thing we did on our group, because we do meet in person, our theater group, for a project, we also, with Two-Way, who's here, created some of the words and the lines for the group poem as well. So that's just, and also we sent mass emails out, etc.
So I think that if we have two things you need to do today with this group poem, right? I'm going to show it in a minute. We need to actually find a title for it, which Michael McCarthy is going to help us with that. And we also need to have our international audience here, international participants, our circle that we have virtually gathered here, to record part of this poem, because we want to be able to create a video, right, Michael? This is kind of the thought, that we're going to take the audio recording and also make a video. So we're going to ask folks to turn on their cameras if they don't mind, and we're going to throw the poem up, and we're going to kind of popcorn it. I think that may be the best way to do this, to get the recording. What do you think, Michael? Yeah. Like, just how, normally in one of our sessions, what we would do if you were to come to a theater workers workshop, the first thing that we do is we do a check-in. We always check in. This is kind of our check-in. And we do a check-in where we popcorn it around. So I'm going to put the poem on. I'm going to share my screen, and then we're going to just popcorn it around. And if you can put your camera on, that would be great. If not, we can always just get your voice, so that's okay as well.
Marlene, I just thought about this. Can you actually put the link to in the chat, have everybody open it? Because as Zoom records it, it's just going to have your shared screen. It's not going to have their faces reading it.
Oh, right. Okay, now you actually are testing my technical skills here now, Michael.
Zoom is a pain in the butt.
Yeah, can you have it as well? Can you pop it?
Let me get it from your it from your email. 1 second. I have so everybody can read it.
So a little bit of while you're finding it, so I'm going to explain what we're going to do. So what we're going to do, as Michael mentioned, that if I share my screen and reread it, we won't be able to see your lovely faces, right? So we're going to have to do something a little different. We're going to actually put the link into the chat. You're going to click on that, and you'll see the poem up there. So first of all, Michael, is it in there?
Yeah, I got it. It's just for some reason loading the link. There we go. I got it. Hold on. I got it, and I'm going to put it in right now.
Okay, so the first step is to, there you go, is to click on that. And I want to make sure everyone, before we get started, has the document in front of them. And so can I get a thumbs up from everyone if you have the document? So we just can make sure, thumbs up. Thumbs up. Great. Studio 73, I'm assuming you're good. Tom, you're good up there? You got the document? You're muted, so I can't tell. Just shake your head. Yeah, okay, yes. Good. Okay. Hilpa, I hope I said your name right. Are you good? Hey, I'm just going to assume you guys are good. Yep, thumbs up. Studio 73, what about you? You're good? Okay, so here we go. I'm going to let me get the document up, so which is good. So I'm going to start, and then I'm going to talk. So this is what we're going to do. You'll say a few, I think 1 or 2 lines. Does that make sense, Susie? I mean, in terms of how long the poem is, what are you thinking? 1 line or?
Yeah, I think if everybody contributes 1 line. So, for instance, Marcus wrote that beautiful poem himself. If he chooses 1 line from that poem that really stands out for him.
Okay, so that's what Marcus is going to do.
Yeah, if each person contributes 1 line, I think it will be good. It'll be sufficient.
Sorry, guys, I don't think it's the whole poem in that document that you shared. I think Marcus's part is missing.
Marcus's part is not in there because we haven't incorporated that. So we're just including what we have right now. I think that's what we'll go with. But I do think it's a great idea if, in fact, if you had contributed a line, if you want to read that line, you can do that as well. And I think, Marcus, if you want to contribute your line, you can definitely do that. But let's get this poem recorded first. I think that's what we really want to try to do. Right, Michael? I mean, I think that's what our goal is. So each person will say a line. And then once you say your line, you're going to toss it to someone else in the group. Does everyone understand what we're doing? Okay, cool. So I'm going to start. Okay. Meet me in the warmth of seeing change, a world of possibility. And I'm going to toss to Tom.
I've got a line. As I sit and wait and count the waves, I know that this is the first time that I've been here and waited, but the waves have been here many times before.
Beautiful, Tom. Can you put that in the chat as well? And toss it to someone. You're muted.
I'll pass on to Mary because he's next to my screen. Oh, sorry, Mary. It's not Mary, it's Michael. Sorry.
Okay. We see each other for who we are, no added labels. For sea change, we need to be changed, to put down our devices and see what is important. And I'm going to toss it to Mehdi.
Humanity and understanding, recognizing each one of us as worthy, taking a chance on justice and peace, expanding love and kindness. And I'm going to toss it to Michael McCarthy. You have to unmute yourself.
All right. The deepest sea is inside of us. This hope for humanity. We do what we do out of love, our arms stretched long. Oh, and I'll pass it to I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Tue.
Tue, you're up. You gotta mute.
Yeah, you got it right. Okay, hold on. Okay. As the ocean, deep as the sky, we have only just begun. I'm going to pass you on to Marcus.
Thank you, Tue. I'm going to read a couple of lines from the poem I just wrote. I'm not free. I stand on these 2 feet and the ground is heavy under them. No, The ground is falling and I'm following, dropping to a hollow planet, flying like a bullet. And I pass it to Hilppa.
Seeing all that needs to be in the warmth of a world of possibility. And what happens now, because that was the poem, I probably don't pass it on.
Yeah, so that was the poem. You guys did such a great job, first of all, incorporating your own work, right? And then also knowing where to kind of hit when, you know, that where to go in the poem. I mean, I'm just so impressed. So I think that what I think we should do, Michael, oh, my phone, sorry about that. I think what we should do is maybe start over. Who hasn't gone yet? I think there's a couple. If you haven't gone, raise your hand, please. Mary Beth. Okay, we have. Okay, great. So I think that what I would love to do, unless you guys have your own lines, is, if you guys don't mind, is to have you, the three of you, record the poem, right? So you'll do. Let's look at the poem right real quick. Do we have time for this? We're okay time-wise, guys? I want to make sure we're good.
Let's do it so everybody gets to be in it.
Yeah, so, oh, this is perfect, right? Because there's 3 stanzas. So great, perfect. We have 3 people left. We couldn't have planned it better. So whoever wants to start, I'm going to actually ask Mary Beth to start. And so Mary Beth, you're going to read the first stanza, Meet Me in the Warmth of Seeing Change, and then you'll pass it to the next person. You'll read the second stanza, and then we will read the last stanza. So does that feel okay for the last 3 people? Are you okay with that? We're good?
I'm good.
Good. Okay. Okay, great. So Mary Beth, I'm actually, why don't you start and then you can toss it. Okay, great.
Marlene, who are, I'm sorry, Mary Beth.
That's
Who
okay.
are the people besides Mary Beth who are reading?
Mary Beth and Anita, and then I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your name.
Soiliki and Timo.
Oh, Timo hasn't gone either. Okay, Timo,
No.
Okay. So, oh my goodness. Okay, so didn't work. Timo, I'm sorry. I forgot about
But
you.
let's get started so we have all the time. So if that's okay, Marlene, Mary Beth.
Fine.
Yeah.
So Mary Beth, and then I think that whoever, Mary Beth, Anita, and then Timo, and the person whose name I can't pronounce, which I'm really sorry, you guys will share the last stanza. How about that? Does that work? Just give me a nod so I know. Cool. Okay. Ready, Mary Beth?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Meet me in the warmth of seeing change, a world of possibility, where we see each other for who we are, no added labels. And I will pass this to Anita.
For see change, we need to be changed, to put down our devices and see what is important, humanity and understanding. Recognize each one of us as worthy, taking a chance on justice and peace, expanding love and kindness. And was it Timo who will go next?
Yeah.
The deepest sea is inside of us. It's hope for humanity. We do what we do out of love. Our arms stretched long as the ocean, deep as the sky. We have only just begun seeing all that needs to be in a world of possibility. And was it
It's Soiliki. Soiliki, is that right? Did I pronounce-
Soliki, yeah, you're next, right?
Yes, thank you. But what do I read again from the beginning or what?
You read from where he stopped. So the last couple of lines.
Okay. I thought he just.
You didn't read, yeah, I think he. Or read the last stanza. Why don't you just do that? The last stanza.
Okay. Seeing all that, the deepest sea is inside of us, this hope for humanity. We do what we do out of love, our arms stretched long as the ocean, deep as the sky. We have only just begun. Seeing all that needs to be in the warmth of a world of possibility.
Great. Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. That is kind of my portion of it. And thank you so much for contributing to the group poem. I have everyone's contributions, and we'll add it to the poem we have going already. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Michael. And
Thank you, Marlene and Susie, for doing such a great job and help and creating that group poem. We just want to say thank you so much. I think it was really powerful to have a shared action this morning. So thank you both so much.
Michael,
yes?
May I ask a favor?
Yeah.
So I always have to track demographics and stats for final reports and funding purposes, grant purposes. And it would be wonderful if participants in the Zoom at the moment would be willing to just drop in the chat where you're located in the world. I would love to know. I think it would be really helpful to know the diversity of human beings who are here with us today. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Susie. Okay, so that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Michael McCarty. He's going to lead us on a great title exercise for our group poem. But just before, I just want to make sure I include everybody who participated. So not only do we have poetry, but we also have art. So I just want to show some of the art from the Prison Art Collective really quick. I will put it in the chat, but let's see, I had everything ready. Oh, here we go. So I'm just going to show just a few images, and this will be a part of this big group on my internet. Big group of poetry. But Michael, as I'm loading it, why don't you start on the title? Because I want to make sure we have enough time, and then I'll get the other artwork that was created able to share.
Okay. Well, hello. Oh, I lost everybody for a second. All righty. So Michael, am I doing my titles exercise as we talked about it? Or am I doing something slightly different?
No. The title exercises, we're trying to create a title for this Hope for Justice action.
Okay. So greetings and salutations to all of y'all. Michael D. McCarty, storyteller, and I've been working in the Arts and Corrections prison program since 2014. And I developed an exercise that I call titles. What a concept. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to read you something, and I want you to think, what is the first thought that comes to your mind? All right. What is the first thought that comes to your mind? It can be a word, it can be a sentence, whatever it is. And I want you to, if you have a good memory, like I do not, then you can remember it. If you don't, write it down. So here is the thought. You can't use up creativity. The more you use, the more you have. First thought. Anybody?
Eternal.
Eternal.
Boundless.
Boundless.
A gift.
The
A
ocean.
gift.
Jumping in the ocean.
Splashing. All right. Don't be thinking, just open your mouth and say something.
Equity.
Equity.
Flying.
Activity.
What was that? I missed one. Two people spoke there.
I say activity.
Activity. All right, we're going to do one more, then we're going to come to the poem itself. Let's
Flying.
see. What was it?
Flying.
All right, next one. Be weird, be random, be who you are. First thought.
Me.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Yep.
Ice cream. Ice cream.
Oh.
Not ice cream. I scream.
Scream.
Hello.
Truth.
Hello, all right.
Truth.
Truth. Hey, Mary Beth. Let's do three more. I think three more. Everybody, just jump
Polka
out.
dot pony.
Say it one more time.
Polka dot pony.
Silliness is goodness. Silliness is the way to God. Yes, okay. One more, anybody? Belt it out, anybody. If you did it before, it's okay, just say something.
Action.
Thank you. All right, now I'm gonna read a little stanza from the poem, same thing. Just whatever comes out of your mind and your mouth. Meet me in the warmth of seeing change, a world of possibility, where we see each other for who we are, no added labels. Thoughts?
Hope.
Hope.
Empathy.
Empathy.
Friendship.
Friendship.
Connection.
Connection.
Space.
Space.
Acceptance.
Acceptance.
Choices.
Choices.
Yes.
Yes.
Homeless.
Homeless.
Kindness. Kindness.
Say it again.
Kindness.
Kindness.
Action.
Say it again, Mike.
Action.
Action. Action.
Yeah.
Active.
Action.
My thought, harmony. Which of those is a good title? And it's okay if yours is the one that you think is the good title. That's all right.
I like harmony.
Harmony. Who else likes harmony? Say it again, Susie.
Can somebody read the list of words that were just thrown out?
Yes, I can do it.
Okay.
We've got hope, empathy, friendship, connection, space, acceptance, choices, yes, homeless, kindness, action, harmony.
I like choices because we can choose this.
So choices. We got one for choices. Let's get two more.
Yes.
I like polka dot pony.
That is very silly. That is very silly.
Polka dot A pony in harmony.
Polka dot pony harmony choices.
Yeah.
Marlene, did you give one?
No, I had to jump off. I'm multitasking here, dealing with some personal issues with my parents. But I do have, I like, I don't know if anyone else said this, I like connection and acceptance.
Connections and acceptance.
Yep, I didn't add one. So, but those are the ones I like.
All right, that's fine. Michael, do you want to choose a combination? Because we can choose a combination.
I think connection. How about we create with all of these words? So we've got connection and acceptance, yes, and choices and polka dot pony. So what do you think about connection and acceptance?
Create polka dot pony.
Real choices. Hold on. Says the polka dot pony. So what do you think? Connection and acceptance creates real choices, says the polka dot pony. That's like a Bob Dylan lyric.
Well, humor is so important, and also, right, Michael? Both.
Amen.
Humor is really important.
It is, and so I think we've got a working title, and I just want to say, Michael, thank you so much for leading that. It was fantastic.
Whenever you need silliness, call me.
I'll live my, always.
Can I just say something? It's always wonderful to be in the same space with you, Michael. I haven't seen you since I think 2018 or 2019. We were all together at the Arts and Corrections conference. And it's always so wonderful to see you. Always wonderful to be in space with you, even if it's virtual. So thank you.
I'll be in space.
Actually, Michael, the last time I saw you, and Marlene, I think you might remember this, you were leaving Lancaster, we were arriving to do our work, and you handed us these tiny little books, which I keep in my wallet, and every time I feel down, I take it out and look at it.
Yes. Little pop-open cards. Yes. They're very handy.
I do want to just show everybody really quick some of the art that was created for this digital artwork that's going to be incorporating this poetry. And then I want to move on in the next 10 minutes about continuous action, because I've been thinking about it personally, and I want to share it with you and see what you all think. So let me just show real quick some art from Prison Art Collective. So this is some of the images that the Prison Art Collective basically submitted for this artwork. There is more images that I will now, let me see if I can show, that I think are fantastic. Can everybody see my screen okay? It's just slow. I'm in a cafe. My internet went out of my house, and anyway. So I just while I still have internet, I do want to just show a few of those images. And there has been more art. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. It's been connected. And what's going to happen is we're going to take all of these images and words and create one digital artwork. And this digital artwork can continue to be developed on hope for justice using art. So what I'm going to kind of talk about now, and that should be done, we'll be creating that within the next 2 weeks. We'll have that image and we'll be that artwork and be able to share it with all of you, so you can share it with all of your friends and family and colleagues. And hopefully that message of hope for justice and art will spread around the world. That being said, what I'm going to ask, I've been thinking about, is that one of the things is, how do we continue to create hope for justice using art in our own communities? Now, with COVID, it's been more difficult because it's all been digitally. So one of the kind of calls to action that I'm going to do is every single week, I'm going to do something. I'm going to say it here. online. But every single week, what I'm going to do is I'm going to join with one person, somebody maybe I know, somebody hopefully I don't, and I'm going to ask them what their hope for justice means to them. And then I'm going to document that and then upload that onto the No Labels, No Walls platform. So these images, these words that we're now collecting, what I'm hoping, if I do it every single week, once a week, and it shouldn't take me long, maybe 30 minutes or so, that, you know, by the end of the year, myself, I will have collected 4 times, I'll collected about 56 or something like that, over 50 new collaborators for this project. And then what I'm going to ask everybody who participates with me, if they like it, to then ask one of their friends. So this hope for justice spreads around the world. So I was just wondering, and that's what I'm going to do personally. Does anybody have any ideas of what they can do in their community to spread it? And how can we document that? So then next year, when we hopefully come back for Hope for Justice, we have many more people that have contributed to this, and that message does keep spreading. Does anybody have any ideas of their own of what they would want to impact, how they would want to impact their community? Anyone? And 2A, you're kind of already doing it with your asking questions to people through your own TV show. Is there anything you want to kind of create with that, with the theme of Hope for Justice?
What I can do is in 2 or 3 more weeks, I will take a prison tour and go back inside and to start my program inside. So maybe I can, you know, go inside and spread out the word to connect, talk about the art and the project that you're working on. See that anybody want to be involved.
Yeah, maybe somebody inside correctional facility wants to contribute an artwork, a word to the poem, image, an object that they represent for them, Hope for Justice, anything. And then we can collect that as part of the ongoing Hope for Justice action. Would that be all right?
Yeah.
Fantastic. And Mary Beth, do you have any ideas? I know you work in the library, but you know, there's a lot of hope, maybe opportunity, but what about for you? Is there anything, and it doesn't have to be extra, but is there anything that you can start to kind of spread and start to connect with people on the topic and then document what they say and then hopefully have them spread the message as well?
In terms of what we talked about today, or just generally things I've been
It could
thinking
be
about?
anything. It could be adding to the poem, like they could add a word, they could add an image.
Well, I would love to actually add a word right now, because I've been listening and thinking, and with everything that's going on in the world, particularly looking at Afghanistan and some of the stuff that I've talked about with this group before, you know, the anti-corruption concepts and how the breakdown of virtuous leaders or virtuous government seems to lead to more strife, which leads to everything that we're talking about with this. The word I would love, because it dawned on me that we keep saying anti-corruption when I talk about it instead of a positive word. And there is a word called scrupulousity, meaning you have, you know, the act of having scruples. And I'll put the dictionary definition into the chat. I would love to add that word, because the more that I think about it, the more I believe that a lot of the breakdown that we've seen comes from if the leaders and the other people don't have any virtue in their actions, then what hope do I have? And if we can, you know, flip that on its end and instead you know, to a certain extent, demand virtuousness from both each other, but also from people who we don't know in leadership positions, then it can make it is a way of accomplishing everything that we're talking about.
I love it. Scooperlicious reminds me of Superfragiliscic So I don't know why I thought of that when I heard that. I knew Michael would like that. That's actually why I said it. So anyway, but yeah, no, that's fantastic, Mary Beth. Maybe perhaps like part of your anti-corruption campaign, maybe it's finding words to describe the kind of government officials that we want. And we can ask people, you know, what words would describe them and then add that to the poem. And that could be a campaign for justice. I mean, I'd certainly, representational justice is obviously a current topic right now. What do you think?
Well, I like that. I mean, I've also done little things even just today in terms of helping out when it comes to this sort of thing. So one of the reasons why I was distracted this morning is that one of our local high schools is getting together. We have a large Afghani population in Sacramento that have been relocated here. And I just posted the fact that a high school is taking an hour out of their time today to gather up names, gather up information, and then try to pass it along to like State Department officials in terms of who is still stuck over there. And immediately, you know, Facebook can be a source of evil, but can also be a source of good, because immediately somebody who is involved in a nonprofit foundation that does exactly that kind of connection from Santa Monica reached out to me and said, I can help. And I'm like, well, let me put you together with these folks, because I'm not organizing the program, but I can connect people. And so that's what I've been doing.
Can you document that and put it on our groups for No Labels, No Walls? Because that can be also, these small actions lead to big change, and then other people can get involved. And that could be a campaign perhaps for our next festival. Would that be okay?
I will definitely do that for you. Absolutely.
Fantastic. Michael, I know you have to go at 10:30, but is there, I know you're doing so much and you do, but is there a way, is there an action that you can either, maybe it's even when you go in to do these title workshops, you can then post it on the group page of what the reaction was, if, you know, on the theme of justice or any theme, and then we can kind of collect that. What would be a call like that you can do, or maybe you're already doing in your community, that maybe would inspire others to join you in that action in their community?
Well, one of the things I'm thinking about in terms of when I go back into the prisons is using this poem as a prompt.
Fantastic.
In my classes.
Great.
Does that fit the bill?
That's amazing. And all we're asking is, Michael, the last thing, if when you do that, please share it, because that
me share.
I know it's and then that way we can get others to say, okay, great, then maybe I'll go into my community with the poem. That would be fantastic. Would that be all right?
Cool and the gang.
Thank you. Marcus, what about you? What hope for justice and action can you take in your community? I know now you're a member of the Green politicians in Vanta. So is there something, maybe it's already you're doing, or something that's new that we can continue action, and then we can document that so others would get inspired to do this?
Well, I was thinking what you said about this campaigning and just the exercise that we had, sort of creating the group poem. I would like to have a place, for example, No Labels, No Walls group, or somewhere that is useful to have some material, and then I take that material created in California, for example, and I take it here and I go in Vanta and I recite this material in my local community, and then I make a video out of it and then post it. and vice versa. I would like somebody in California to shout out the material coming from this direction, because it would allow this kind of conversation that I think we share a lot of topics, but we need to have this kind of communication and dialogue to understand each other. I have found out now in these international discussions that it's not so obvious. We think that we understand, but there is history and background that, for example, people in Finland, in my area, don't know, and vice versa. So something like that.
That sounds fantastic. And then, if you can write a poem, video it, maybe to start, and then ask others to do the same. Maybe that could be like the first action. And then perhaps people listening, when you do that, you ask them to go into their own communities and recite a poem and then also upload it. And that could spread the word. Something like that, so it continues. But that's a great start, I think. So that sounds fantastic. Can anybody hear me or no? Is my internet still messed up? It worked? Okay. Anybody else? Hilpa, I know you're doing your hat, which is coming up. Hilpa created a hat, ending stigma through pictures of hats, mental health stigma, and that's going to be coming up. So that was an action that she created for the festival. But Timo, any ideas in your community? What can you do to keep creating the action, and then obviously documenting to inspire others to continue and create with you? Are you still there or no? That's okay. So I just want to end it because it's about 10:17. Does everybody kind of understand what, is everybody okay with doing this? Because, oh, you're there, Timo, great. Do you want to add anything, Timo, on the community? Perhaps that you can continue to spread the message of hope for justice in art in your community?
I'm really new here, so I don't. I'm just learning what is this. But yes, of course, I'm doing a lot of justice issues, and this poem is really good. I have to think about how to use it in our messages.
Can you somehow link that to the environmental justice? I know you are an environmental activist located in Jyväskylä in Finland. So could there be something that relates with the data and research and this kind of background, sort of connected with art and cultural expression of that?
Yes, of course. We are doing a project. We are starting a project in sufficiency, and I think there is also environmental justice issues. There really is going to be a big topic there, and we are trying to find ways to how to make it popular, and I think poems could be one option also in there.
That sounds fantastic. So what I'm going to, just so everybody knows what to expect, in the next 2 weeks, you'll get my first video of a complete stranger that I don't know, sharing what their hope for justice in art, or maybe reciting a line of the poem, as well as the collective artwork that we have created together here and before, on the group page of No Labels. And also in our mass email, I'll be sending out that. So everybody, as you can, please post this to the group page, ask people to participate with you, because what we're hoping is when we come back in a year later, that we have so many stories, so many actions, all related to hope for justice, and really showing how one single act can spur thousands of acts. And that's literally what we're trying to show through this digital platform. Does that seem okay with everybody? And is there any questions, thoughts, comments, suggestions, ideas that anybody else wants to share?
Perhaps, Michael, it would be good to have a date, an action Monday around this, sort of to have this continuous action where we come back after a while.
Absolutely. I think what we should do is let's start doing it. And then in probably about 2 to 3 weeks, I'll email everybody or put the call out and then see where we're at, and we can check in. Because we have to remember the habitual behaviors obviously dictate that we are going to be separated. And, you know, like Mary Beth is kind of hinting at, divide and conquer. You know, it's the age-old game, right? So when we take these actions in life, number one, we realize that we can, and that it doesn't have to be extra. You know, it really doesn't have to be extra. It's a lifestyle change. That's really what we're asking everybody to do. It's an evolution. And I think that's what is needed to create any real solution. So these small actions can create an evolution, and no organization can do it. It has to be done individually and also connected to everything else. So, but any other suggestions? Michael, I know you have maybe some supercalifragilisticexpialidocious thoughts, or do you have anything you want to add? Or Mehdi?
I sent you all I sent everybody a little text here in this chat. I would love to send you all some pop open cards. My email is there. Send me your snail mail address, and it doesn't matter if you're in Mesopotamia or Mars. I'll send you some, and those cards will give you some inspiration and ideas. And that's what I do. I got to run, y'all. It's been a ball. Yay! Whee!
Thank you so much.
Nanu.
So, Marcus, you want to tease the next event?
Yes, Michael. So stay online. Don't go anywhere, because the day continues. No Labels, No Walls Festival 2021. Creating action together is everywhere. So please share the links. Please share this stream as we are moving forward with Hats Against the Stigma with Hilpa. And in a couple of minutes, we will talk about Hilpa, about this project. We will premiere the new video Hilpa has created, and after the video, we will have a chat about the campaign and how can we join, how can we support it, how can we perhaps link Hope for Justice for Hats Against the Stigma. There's a lot of action today that we can link together as we go. But after that, Michael, would you like to tell how the day continues?
Well, after that, we've got Building the Bigger We, which is about revolutionary listening. So please, everybody who's on, join us for that. It's a really important event. And we've got hopefully a lot of campaigns that are going to be developed from that action. So please keep joining us here, and thank you so much.
And after the Building the Bigger We, shared action. The day continues with very interesting videos coming from New York. So stay online and join us later, because the day ends with Fionathan, the Citizen Network ambassadors from Ireland. We will have some music, we will have some stories, very interesting things. So just go to the No Labels, No Walls event page and read all the descriptions. You can also read the descriptions from the nolabelsnowalls.net website. And now it's time to continue the evening together with Hilpa. Hilpa, welcome to No Labels, No Walls Festival 2021. Glad to have you with us.
Thank you, Markus. Yeah.
How's life?
How's life? Well, I'm a bit nervous because in 3 minutes my project will premiere. So it's an exciting moment for me. And I have been working for the last week. In some days I have worked for like 15 hours almost in a row, and then 12 hours. One day I was working for 18 hours for this. So it's I don't know. It's a bit tragicomic that you do a mental health project and then you really have to make sure that it doesn't ruin your mental health at the same time.
That's the tricky part. That's the tricky part.
But I'm good. And also I made like an interesting discoveries about my own ways of thinking while I was doing that, because I can feel the stigma when I'm working, because I'm like expecting like a lot of things from me and expecting like a normal function from myself. And then I realized that if like I get tired or then my brain doesn't work the way I want it to be, then I'm like, yeah, I have this I have these challenges with my mental health, and that it shouldn't be that way. And then I feel that I am like sad and ashamed of myself, and that's part of the stigma that I'm fighting for. So it's really important to kind of like compassion is the perfect remedy or antidote to shame or stigma itself. And this week, I have like truly practiced self-compassion a lot. So what goes around comes around, like they say.
I have to say, Hilpa, that it has been a pleasure to meet you through No Labels, No Walls community. We are also both Citizen Network TV producers, which is a community that meets every week prior to the Action Monday, where we are building a global community media. So everybody welcome to join us. It's the same address, Action Monday address. It's UK time 3:30 p.m. Finnish time 5:30 onwards. So Hilpa, it's been a pleasure to get to see the project and also be part of it. And I think that after premiering the video, we can come back and talk about how we can all join this project and the wonderful visions that you have created for the future. For me, it brings hope, and it's just the meaning of No Labels, No Walls as a movement.
So, no labels, just hats.
Yes, more hats, no labels. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's premiere Hilpa's wonderful new video, Hats Against the Stigma.
Hello everyone and welcome to see Hats Against the Stigma. My name is Hilkka and I'm a mental health advocate from Finland. I'm super excited to present my project to you here in a beautiful place called Lapinlahti in my hometown Helsinki. This place used to be a psychiatric hospital, and this door behind me actually was the one I entered when I was for the very first time sent to a mental health unit when I was only 15 years old. I came out as a person with bipolar disorder only this year, so it took me more than 20 years to finally speak about it. Many people say that the best way to reduce the stigma is to share your experiences, and I don't disagree with that at all. But there is still a lot of negative and discriminatory attitude around mental illnesses, and many people feel that they rather hide their condition. I wanted to thought about ways to bring forward these people who might not be otherwise seen, but also in a way that takes their privacy into account. And that's where Hats Against the Stigma started. Hats will play a big part in my future plans that I have for this project, but they are also important on a personal level in my own rather creative recovery. My ultimate goal was to collect 100 hats for this demonstration of the project. I felt that a good, solid 100 would be realistic regarding the time gap of 3 weeks and the zero budget. But guess what? I got 120 hats. I have been really touched by every photo I've received and also the stories that some have shared with them. Whereas the stigma once made me want to hide my feelings of shame, fear and exclusion, I'm now very happy to say that I've probably never felt less alone in my life. And I hope that they send the same feeling for everyone who's watching this. The soundtrack Mioptrof Mop for this first digital video exhibition was made by my sister, musician Jutta Jessica. She's previously composed music to things like Chakra Color Charts and Colors of the Rainbows, and to this project we thought about the bodily elements related to my experiences with my bipolar disorder. And the soundtrack was mastered by my good friend Lasse Turunen from Pihka Sound Music Production, and he also helped me to create this presentation video. And now, last but not least, I want to thank each and every one of you who have taken part in this project. This would be nothing without you. I hope you all enjoy this digital video exhibition, and this is dedicated to everyone who's taken part and everyone who, one way or another, deals with mental health problems. Thank you so much. See you.
Congratulations, Hilpa. I will take my hat off for
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. And remember to take a picture of it as well.
Yes. So, Hilpa, how do you feel now when the premiere is now behind you? What lies in the future?
Yeah, well, right now, of course, I'm like filled with different kind of emotions because it's already been like I have been like, as I said in the presentation video, that I have been like truly touched by the photographs, even though some people might think that okay, it's a picture of a hat, but still some of them are like full of stories, and then you don't know what the person looks like who is the owner of the hat, but you can already see so many little details about their life. And so a couple of times when I have placed the pictures to the timeline of the editor, I've been like almost like crying my heart out, because it's so beautiful at the same time, but then also very tragic, because you know that, okay, it belongs to someone who's faced like difficult times. And then obviously some of the hats are pretty small. So in that way as well. But what lies in the future? So I have like a lot of different plans coming together around this same theme of collecting pictures of hats and hats in general. And maybe now it's not the time to go through with them all, but at least I launched today actually an Instagram account where all the hats will be displayed with a mention of honorary title, that okay, this hat is a member of Hats Against the Stigma, Hat of Hats, because HATS, Hats Against the Stigma, or just hats. So it's like I have lots of jokes coming from that. So, and that will serve as a proof for everyone that they are not alone with their difficulties, that there are several others. And I will keep collecting pictures, because the more pictures there are, then the message also becomes louder and louder all the time. And as you probably also witnessed, you don't have to have a loud voice to make a statement. You can just have a collection of hats that will impact on your emotions, hopefully. And the compassion and empathy, they are the best antidote and remedy to shame or stigma, as I said already before. But this is the thing that I would like to repeat and repeat. That's what we need. So I will continue collecting the pictures, and I'm hoping to launch a website that can keep this thing together. And I'm hoping to find partners in crime so that I can share the responsibility of the project, but also take it further, because there are things that I am not capable of doing. Like I don't know anything about web design or stuff like that. So that's what's going to happen next. And then in good time, I will launch more like campaigns, or maybe a challenge is also a wrong way to put it, but I have like different kind of like summons for people, or also groups that can support this action. That not everyone have to be like individuals, but it can be also groups that share the values of this action. And the values are that we need compassion towards people with mental health illnesses, and compassionate, good quality advocating, not attacking people that don't share the same views as you, and that mental health problems are health problems, and other stuff, so that they can kind of like make a statement of their own as a group. So that kind of things I have for at least now, first after this.
What kind of feedback have you received from people participating into this first step of this continuous shared action?
Well, a lot of people have thanked me that thank you for doing this. Thank you for being the spokesperson, that this is important. So basically, if I should just put it short, then it would be just that thank you so much that this is important. And many people have also kind of like just basically given their thumbs up, and they have wished good luck, and good luck is what we all need. Yeah.
Cindy here in the chat mentions that your sister's music is amazing. So I really like the quality of the production. So there's a lot to learn in our producers community from your work. How did you design this campaign video, and how did you do it?
Well, I only learned like a couple of weeks ago that, okay, it will be a video. So because I started this project this summer, and then I was already in a hurry that, okay, there's a festival coming up, and then so I just started to collect pictures because I knew that okay, that is the one thing that I want to do as an action. And then when I realized that, okay, I have to have some sort of like exhibition or something like that, then I thought that, okay, the easiest way for myself is to make a video of the pictures. But then when I started to plan the video, then I want to make like not just all the pictures in a row, that I want to make some artsy stuff to that as well. And then I realized that, okay, I can't play 7 minutes of just hats without any background music. So then I contacted my sister, and she's the kind of person who she's so easily, she is so easily inspired from like everything, that if I say that, hey, how about you make music from my kitchen door? She's like, okay, fine, and she delivers. So then basically, when we discussed about the bodily elements of mental illnesses, like heart rate, the changes in the heart rate, light breathing, fast breathing, and other stuff. Actually, what the talking in the video, it's in Finnish, and it's a comfort poem that my sister has read, but we reversed it because that's how I hear when I have symptoms. I hear people talking, but I don't understand what they talk. So that's why I asked that, hey, can you make this to the video? And then, of course, Lasse I have known for a long time, and he's a very talented music producer. So we were very lucky to have him to make it like sound professional.
The venue where you are shooting the video is very interesting. I have a personal connection with that place as well, because I used to work there. I had my room there, and I'm also a part of a environmental community called ICE, and we are taking part of the art exhibitions happening there. Can you tell a little bit about the history of the place? You have your own perspective to Lapinlahti Hospital.
Yes, and to be honest, I don't remember like the exact years, but it was built like already over 100 years ago, and it serves as a mental health unit or a psychiatric hospital for a very long time. And it was in 2005 when they ended the mental health work there. So the hospital was taken down, and now there's a huge debate in Helsinki what should happen next with the compound. So it was important to me to kind of like have this first phase of the project and the presentation video filmed there, because I spent 3 months of my life in there.
And we share that action as well, so we can use art and culture and projects like this to protect a certain environment, because of course it's a place, it's in the city center, and it's very expensive, so a lot of building companies would like to build on those premises, but there's a huge movement of people that would like to have it as a place for well-being and culture. And lo and behold, we have No Labels, No Walls community. Perhaps we have a future in that area as well.
Yeah, I hope that it will not become a hotel or anything too commercial. It would be very wrong. But to be honest, I didn't visit that place for 20 years. So after I left when I was 15, it took me 20 years to go back there. And the first times were very hard, but now I'm actually moving pretty close to that place within a walking distance. So then it was a couple of years ago, I started to visit there and kind of like notice that okay, this truly is a beautiful place, and now it feels okay to come back.
Thank you, Hilpa. Now the floor is open for comments and questions from No Labels, No Walls community. Would you like to ask something or comment?
I'll just say, Hilpa is such inspiration. I mean, it really shows, like, you know, anyone has the power to create real change. So I just want to say, you know, you're really a great example of that. Is there any like, so we have the hats, but like, is there anything else that like anybody else can kind of take an action to end mental health stigma with you in their own community? Is there any like action that you would want, you know, how other people could help that cause besides just sending you hats?
Yeah, of course, because I know that collecting pictures of hats is maybe not, at least at this point, it's not like it doesn't have like immediate impact on the national well-being. But yes, if anyone wants to do something to reduce the stigma, then I'm repeating myself again, but still, be compassionate and start from yourself, because I seriously don't think that you can be truly compassionate towards other people if you are not compassionate towards yourself. I have met through my different work, but especially my current work in the substance abuse, I meet like a lot of different kind of people there. And the worth of compassion has just like it's been rising all the time. So just get to know your compassionate side first, and then see what you can do with yourself. Because if every individual would be compassionate towards themselves already, then the mental health issues would be probably pretty low, on a lower rate, I think. So that's at least one thing that I can say for sure now.
And I wanted to say, because I don't know what it is, this hat thing is so inspiring, because I I like a lot hats, and just came to my mind that like international action, like people marching at the same time, and it's filmed all over the world with the hats, and you know, marching for the mental health, or we are a theater company, so we should do like some short play or mini play or improvisation with the hats. And then, you know, I think it's such a fun and you know, somehow inspiring and freeing concept. So we'll think about something.
Yeah, well, now that Mary brought it up, I have to make a small let's say I have to tell something. From where this project actually, like, what is the really ground basis of it is that I would like to have a hats against the stigma march, and so that people could put a hat on top of a stick or a broom or whatever, and then place the hat up, and that would play as a symbol for the people who, for a reason or not or another, are not able to join the march, because some people can't join because of their condition, some people can't join because of the stigma. So then it would serve as a symbol that, okay, here I am, I am here, and I am marching on behalf of someone else as well. And then just think about it, a crowd with hats, just hats, like floating in the streets. So that was my ultimate, like, passionate idea for an action. But obviously you can't do that in 3 weeks. And I want it to happen in May, because May is the Mental Health Awareness Month. So it has to be May. Because
Next
in
May.
October 10th is not a good weather in Finland. No, we have suffered enough. I want something sunny. So Meri, we obviously have similar thinking.
Yeah. I just wanted to say too that it was so moving to watch that, and what struck me halfway through is how very, very different all the hats really were. So the people who sent the hats in, they're so different, and I think that's such an extremely poignant point, that we're all so very different. People, how they look at things and how they receive things and how they think about things, so very, very, very different. This was such a beautiful project. It just brought tears to my eyes. So
thank you, Cindy, so much. And yeah, I think that especially when the hats keep coming and when there's more and more hats coming, and then especially we start to see that mental health issue, they touch all kinds of people. They don't ask the color of your skin or your yearly income or anything. It can happen to anyone. And then the hats basically can display that pretty easily, that it doesn't matter how old you are or whatever. And that's also important for people to remember. Of course, the poor people are always in the most vulnerable state, because they have already gone through a lot of stuff, and they have difficult enough already, and then the mental health issues on top of that. But still, it's not easy for like wealthy people either. And some have said that it doesn't matter whether you drown in 20 feet or 60 feet if you are drowning. So in that way, we are all we all who have problems with mental health, we still kind of like share the same agony.
Thank you, Hilpa. Like you mentioned, May, I know that in United States, it's also Silence the Shame Day, so we can connect to Shanti Das from Silence the Shame campaign and join forces there. And if I remember correctly, next month in California, they are marching for universal basic income. So if you march for us, we will march for you. Kind of marching could be something that we can also connect with. And I would really love to join that march next year. So May it is. So looking forward to that. And I think we need an Action Monday and Action Mondays for this as well, so we can continue this. So next Friday, this video will premiere on CNTV, Citizen Network TV. Isn't it so, Hilpa?
Yes.
So
that's correct.
Let's start sharing. Sharing is caring, because we are all in this thing together. We are equal under our hats. Hilpa.
Yeah, I just, this is the perfect opportunity. Thank you, No Labels, No Walls, but especially you, Markus, and Michael for helping me with this. So this is the perfect opportunity to thank you.
Thank you so much, Hilpa, and I hope that we all join the next action session, building a bigger we. So welcome, Ariel. Welcome, Lashina. We are so glad to have you with us at the No Labels, No Walls Festival 2021. The floor is yours, and we are here for you. Let's create a shared action.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you for having us here. We're having a little bit of it's kind of hilarious, the of errors that has gone on in the past 24 hours about this. My office internet is down. Lashina's daycare center is down. So we've done a lot of different juggling as moms to be here. So she's gonna run downstairs and get her headphones right now because we actually are in the same room trying to do this, and our kids are downstairs. My daughter's watching her daughter. So it's just, it's community in action. So as we start this, I just wanted to give, I haven't been on this morning. There's been a lot going on, but I wanted to give everyone a chance to just center and breathe together for a moment as we go into this action about revolutionary listening, because as we talked about, and by the way, I'm Ariel Nobile, and Lashina will introduce herself. And as we talked about in the Action Monday we did a few weeks ago, part of revolutionary listening, and what we mean by that, is to deeply listen to oneself. And so one of the best ways I know to be able to access that deep listening is breath. So if you're in a place where you can, and if you're driving or operating something dangerous, please don't do this. But if you're in a safe place, please take a moment, and if you can, put your feet, flat on the floor, on the earth, and sit up tall. You can put your hands on your lap, or if you like, I actually highly recommend you put one hand on your belly, one hand on your heart. And if you feel safe to, you can close your eyes and just get in touch with your breath for a moment. A moment or two of breathing can be like, I don't know, like a power nap. So let's just do some deep breathing. In through your nose, out through your mouth, and in through your nose, out through your mouth. And when you blow out through your mouth, blow out like blow out like you're blowing out birthday candles. So back in through your nose, out through your mouth, and just feeling that connection to your highest self. And just noticing, how is your body feeling? How is your heart feeling? How are you feeling deeply, and what's bubbling up for you? And notice any sounds you might be hearing in the space around you, tuning into yourself and into the space you find yourself in. And we'll just do a couple more deep breaths. And I'm going to have you exhale with sound. So in through your nose, and then a big sigh out. And two more of those. Last big breath. Make this your deepest breath of the day. Beautiful. And when you feel ready, you can open your eyes. Come back to the Zoom, to the stream. And wonderful. So for those of you who are here live, I just want to ask you, how did that feel? You can, if you want to unmute and say something, you can take a second to just tell us what came up for you there.
I just wanted to say that's such a good way to start, because it kind of grounds everyone into themselves. So you really, more present and kind of open. So thank you so much.
It was also the perfect ending to the hats thing, which was so powerful.
Well, thank you, and welcome, Danieta and Hilpa. Yeah, and welcome everybody who's here, and yeah, I mean, it's amazing that it's such a simple thing to do. We all have, obviously, if you're not breathing, you are dead. So we all breathe every moment, but taking just a couple of minutes to tune into that, it is like, so it's like a reset button. It's like restarting your computer. So that's why I wanted to start this conversation about revolutionary listening with that, because you can't really listen if you're not in touch with yourself. That's what I feel. So I think Lashina is working. There she is. Hi. So because there were just some technical difficulties, I'm going to have us just for Lashina, we're going to give Lashina a chance to do one big breath with us too. So just one more time, hands on heart and belly. Let's just do a big inhale through our nose and a big sigh out. Good, feeling that centeredness. And I just have to say, we are doing this from my childhood home that we are in right now, and it's kind of just funny and cool. This is the house I've lived in since I was 5, and I love that we're doing this. So so I think, Lashina, we want to start with a little more intro about who we are and what made us do this? Do you want to, introduce yourself? I didn't really introduce myself, but introduce yourself and speak to that for a second.
Sure. Hi, guys. Good afternoon, maybe morning for others, maybe good evening for some of you. My name is Lashina Williams. I am a playwright, director, and I produce plays, particularly for underserved communities. We are about healing through storytelling. And so I will actually go ahead, if you don't mind, and share a quick video with you. I think that will tell the story a little bit better.
And while she's doing that, it would be very helpful if you know how, if you can turn off your video so that the stream runs smoother. If everyone just turns off your video for a second, thank you.
One part of healing communities in Chicago is to tell the real story and allow people to see that they're not the only ones, where it's safe and where others can relate. That is the moment that I live for, because I want to encourage each individual, especially artists. My name is Lashina Williams. I am a Chicago native, and I am an artist. I paint, I'm a playwright, I'm a director, producer, and most importantly, I am the founder and creative director of Sheen Creations. Sheen Creations was birthed out of my need for access to the arts growing up. My mom being in corporate America and my dad being a pastor, it became difficult for me to make an argument that being an artist was a viable way to make a living. Because in Chicago, geographically, the access to those sorts of projects are just not there. Now I want to provide that for an 8th grader, 7th, 6th, 5th. Now I want to provide that for even an adult who is reinventing themselves. Sheen Creations aims to create a platform for those that are in those underserved communities, those who are not seeing representation in their art classes. It's a platform for singers, dancers, actors, writers. Even if a young person says, hey, I'm not an on-stage person, no sweat. All they need to know is exactly how theater runs. There's so many jobs and so many opportunities in theater. This is a platform for them to nurture those gifts. If given the opportunity, the young people can learn more about what's available to them and get more knowledge on it. And then once they've gotten that knowledge, now they've got a platform to apply that knowledge. Tell me what your favorite part of camp was.
My favorite part of camp was
Singing. How many of you guys enjoyed camp this summer? My productions have deeply impacted not only the audience, but also the actors, because it is personal and it is an experience. I've worked with quite a few Chicago artists. Some would include Ranting the Blues, Dandelion Theater. I produced my first production in August 2014. It was The Girl in the Closet, a true story about a young girl facing the challenges of her youth. The next production that I produced was The Holding Cell, and I produced the Authentic Arts Parade in collaboration with other teaching artists alongside Riley Stone Missionary Baptist Church. And so I'm hoping through Sheen Creations, starting in Chicago, young people who are in underserved communities, who attend schools where the art programs are being cut, that they will have access to the arts. They will have access to the opportunities to grow their own brands, to nurture their own talents and gifts, and also a platform to actually use the things that they've learned. With the experience I've gained from writing, directing, and producing these plays, we will inspire and educate the youth through the work that we do with Sheen Creations.
Bravo, brava. You are amazing. So now you know a little bit more about this wonderful woman and why we're collaborating here. I'm going to try to show a little trailer for my work, which I'm a documentary filmmaker. I have a documentary series, and I'll show you the trailer for it right now. If it doesn't work out, then I'm just going to act it out for you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. I could, but it would be a little weird. Let's see, share screen. Hopefully everybody is of the same mind as far as, you know, tech stuff, just letting it be an experiment. And we were talking yesterday about, Sheena and I were talking about the spirit of experimenting. And that's, you know, what this event is also about, I think. We have to be willing to take risks together and fail and yeah, and just learn. That's the best way to learn. So I think maybe the only way. So here we go. I'm going to try to share this with you. We'll see if my computer cooperates today. And nope, it's not going to. It's telling me some weird, it tells me that I have to, hold on. I'm going to add amazing. Okay. If you don't mind, I'll turning off your video again for a second. That would be awesome. Thank you. I will do the same. Although I know it could be fun to watch me experience my own trailer. Okay, here we go.
I got married and I got pregnant soon after, and we were disappeared.
I can go on details for hours about every single thing that happened during my torture. I still have it in my memory. I remember everything.
There's these guys, it was a gang, and they proceeded to beat the snot out of us.
People were forced to move from their homes and move to one of the incarceration camps.
120,000 Japanese Americans were sent to these camps. No one knew how long they'd have to stay there or what would happen.
I would have never came to the States, and that was not my choice.
They made a decision they had to make for their survival.
I joined in November of '68. Now I was a full-time member of the Black Panther Party.
I will do anything to survive up to a point.
There were only white cops. They just started cracking up. That's when I woke up.
You have to have those moments to make you who you are.
I ain't never been accused of being normal.
I know that there's a reason why I'm sitting here with you.
Belonging is finding that place where you belong.
I belong to so many things.
I found my place here.
The way I belong.
And I found my purpose here.
Is by building solidarity.
So now you can turn your videos back on if if you'd like. Thank you. Now you know a little bit more about both of us, and you know what brought us together was a shared passion for deep diving into truth and storytelling and the human condition, I think. Would you agree with that, Lashina?
Absolutely. Just coming together, if you're thinking about Bible times, so I'm also a seminarian, but ultimately it's word of mouth that has allowed us to carry on legacies of stories and victory and overcoming. And so it's so important for the both of us, which is why, again, why we've been able to connect so easily, is because we both see the value in sharing stories.
And it's also, you know, I think and I was just reading something about this, and I don't know, I want to get into how many of you, and we're not going to put you on the spot, but how many of you actually did the homework, and if you know what that means. Yay, I know you did, Michael. And Marcus, thank you. We're going to talk about that. But I'm reading, I'm reading a book by Judd Apatow about, he interviews all these comedians, and he keeps talking about, and they keep talking about over and over again about, you know, there's this part of us sometimes that might feel like our story is insignificant and that it doesn't matter, or that who am I to tell my story, or, oh, those people's story is just more important, or they did more than I did. And I can just tell you, I've interviewed hundreds of people from all different walks of life, and everybody's story matters. Everybody's story has changed me by listening to it. I have never listened to somebody's story and not learned something. And I've never watched somebody tell their story and not watched them learn something about their own journey that they didn't know before they said it out loud to me. So let's get into what this is all about. Revolutionary listening. First of all, I guess I want to ask you all, because I don't want this to just be us talking at you. So when you hear this idea, this term revolutionary listening, what comes up for you? You can unmute yourself as you wish.
Transformation.
Going from A to B.
Say more about that, Marcus. What do you mean by that?
Well, if it's a revolution, there must be a state A, and you want to change that. So perhaps it's something new. I don't know. Let's experience the revolution first.
When I
A
hear
mental, oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Daniela.
Okay, when I hear that term, I just think about the absence of not waiting to speak when you're listening. You know, sometimes in our culture we listen just enough to wait our turn for the pause so we can respond or react. But in this case, I think of revolutionary listening as listening to evolve. Like you had mentioned, Ariel, you said you never heard a story where the person themselves didn't change from even telling the story. So even the person sharing can actually experience revolutionary listening. So that's what comes to mind for me.
I thought of focused listening.
Focused listening, yes. And I think it's that sense, I'm just going to echo a little bit what you sort of combining what you both just said. It's like, you know, that feeling when you're listening to somebody and you totally forget what you wanted to say? That's a good sign.
It's not old age.
No, it's a good sign. You're really deeply listening, hopefully. Hilpa, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I thought about what comes in my mind. A mental hearing aid. Probably as a person with hearing impairment, like everything that has to do with listening is always like it comes with an extra topic.
I think that's so interesting that you brought that up, because one of my intuitive teachers her mother was actually her teacher. She was a very psychic, and she was deaf, actually. She didn't have that sense. And so her other senses, including her sixth sense, were heightened for that reason. So yeah, I think there's something to that. It's like listening from a much different space inside of yourself. Anyone else, or Lashina, do you want to?
Yeah, I want to actually echo what Hippa just mentioned about the hearing impaired. So I happen to have a hidden disability, right? So having permanent hearing loss in my right ear, I actually have to listen just as much as I talk. And so it's really cool that you mentioned the hearing aid, because I was like, wow, I didn't make that connection of, having to listen and then replay it in my mind again and then process it before I actually answer or respond. So very good observation.
And I just want to point out there, that's literally what just happened is, when we have something to offer this community, right? We're bringing this topic and this idea, but we are going to learn hopefully just as much as you might from this conversation. So it's a multiple way street. We're going, and it's circular, this conversation, hopefully, and it's not. So it's interesting. That's why I asked you, Marcus, about this A to B thing, because I actually don't think that it is a linear process. I think, like most creative process, and I do think of listening as a creative act, and just as storytelling is, there's circles, right? And sometimes in telling a story, you don't go straight to it. You have to get all the background in before you get to that actual point that you were making. And the revolutionary listening piece is to have that other person there with you who's just there in it with you till you get to the point, not waiting, okay, what's your point, get to it, which is what I think, Daniela, you were talking to too, like this urgency we have to just hear ourselves talk versus to really be present with another person. So on that note, I'm gonna stop talking for a second. Lashina, do you want to sort of hit up the next part that we were going to go through?
Sure. So and so I'm so glad that we kind of opened up to this, right? And so I want to at least just take a moment to also own that it's very difficult to give something that you haven't given yourself. And so if we're doing revolutionary listening and with the definitions that we've named in this space, what does that, how have you, let's say the past week, how have you revolutionized the way that you listen to yourself, right? And we'll get into how this plays into when you're talking to people or when you're having these conversations and you're exercising this outward, but it begins inward, right? Ariel did a great job of just explaining how important our stories are, how important our voices are. And so if your voice is speaking, right, we've got so many different ideas coming at us from media to social media to conversations that we have with loved ones, right? Even now in this very unprecedented time that we're all navigating and living in together, we've probably got more time to listen to ourselves than we want to, right? But are we doing it in a way that removes all of the negative emotions and actually offers grace to yourself to think and be and have those ideas and have those moments of clarity? When is the last time this week? And I'd love to hear from the rest of you. When this week, today is Wednesday, between last Wednesday and now, have you had a chance to actually listen to yourself without judgment? Most of the time we'd say this is done during meditation, right? Have you had that? Have you actually experienced that? Okay. Are you going to say something, Mary?
That's a great question. I've had chance a little bit because I traveled from Los Angeles to Helsinki, Finland, and I've been jet lagged and also, but now it's raining and cold here. So at least in the morning when I go for long walk in the forest, that's kind of, it's like such a change and kind of brings a lot of kind of things from from my background and from my roots. So that kind of I could feel like, okay, I'm here, and I can I can smell and breathe and be here. So at least that much. But it could be so much more. Always.
That's so good. And just imagine, even I can hear the love just in you saying that, right? I can hear the relief in your voice of like, I'm glad I had a moment. I'm glad I had a moment, which is the same feeling, similar to what we feel when someone else gives us that moment and says, hey, just tell me how you're doing, right? Just tell me who you are. And so that's where we can begin to think about revolutionary listening, not just what we're listening for, but what are we actually giving? What are we giving to ourselves? And then what are we actually giving to the people that we are choosing to lend an ear to? Okay, so I'm actually, Ariel, you can actually go ahead and get started. I'm still pulling up that document.
So we asked you all to go into your communities and engage with some people that you may have never or typically don't speak to, or hadn't really gotten to know on a deeper level, but maybe you had a curiosity about, or you were, maybe you were actually like nervous to do it. So some of you did do this. I guess that the question was around others, right? And part of the documentary work I do is around looking at stories of people who have been otherized historically or personally. And I'm not going to say, looking at people who've been dehumanized and reminding through the storytelling of our human connection, that we are all human, that we have a shared humanity. So I guess I want to define what we even mean by other. So when you think of that word other, what is the first thought that comes to mind when you think of others?
Want us to share that? I think of apart from me when I think of others, automatically apart from me, which I don't feel that with people. I feel very connected to people. In fact, I find ways to connect with people. But when just thinking about that term otherizing and othering, it's that notion of something is apart from me, therefore it's not like me.
Thank you. And I want to point something out too. I just want to name this because it's something that we're practicing here. And I want to acknowledge it's not like a delay or something. When we ask a question, and I want just to acknowledge this, when you ask even a question of yourself, there has to be a space given, a pause, a chance to have something come in. So that part of revolutionary listening is allowing the pause, allowing the uncomfortable silence sometimes, where that can bubble up what really needs to come forth. So it's like getting comfortable being uncomfortable is just sort of the work in general right now, I feel like, for the planet, for all of us. But what you just said, it's like, yeah, that connection to, okay, of course there is difference. If I was to interview every one of you that I can see right now, all of your stories would be different. All of your histories are different. Your backgrounds are different. Your cultures are different. Your countries may be different. And yet there's still this connective tissue and thread that we are all a part of. So what does the follow-up to that is what makes someone different from you in your mind?
And I want to add the words that Daniela used, what makes someone apart from you.
I think for at least what I noticed with, especially doing the action with COVID, I mean, just meeting somebody new that wasn't virtual was such an other experience. So I think, I don't know, maybe this is unrelated to the question, but I think it's going to take it's like all of the isolating habitual habits that at least I have, and I think it's in human nature as well, is kind of exacerbated by being online so much. So the other thing I think is just kind of meeting new people at this point, face to face, is kind of, everybody's other, just because of the isolation that at least we've been in.
Thank you.
One thing that comes into my mind is the language barriers. No Labels, No Walls is using a lot of English, and there's several Finns here in the network. So we would like to reach out to new people, new communities. Some Finns even entered the festival and they left out because perhaps the language barrier was there. And we are here to translate, but sometimes these kind of situations come and go very quickly, and you feel that it's difficult to fit in. And if we are going to what I learned while doing the homework is in these discussions we talked about a lot of the language, because we had the conversations in Finnish, and then, thank you, Ariel, the word we didn't know was otherized, or what was it? Something that we tried to translate that back to Finnish. But this is something that I for example, I'm following Al Jazeera, but I cannot read the Arabic originals in a way. So this is fascinating times when in other sense we are very far apart, but like today in our actions, some people say that this is also making collaborating more equal than it was before. For example, these kind of disability, somehow you don't really know if you don't know, or you don't say about it. For example, you don't know that if I can walk or not. I've been sitting here for 8 hours straight. So this kind of issues, these otherizations that we are learning there, perhaps we can learn from that to also to connect us, and also to accept that this is like it is. For example, in Finland, nobody wants to fly anymore anywhere, and we're building, for example, huge railroads inside Europe, so we just don't fly, and it's difficult to travel, for example, to United States, and this kind of distances are there, but in a way there's also new opportunities.
Thank you. Yeah, so and how do you say your name?
Soilikki.
Soilikki.
Yeah, it's a long word. Yeah, I really like this discussion. I have been thinking a lot these words. For example, for me, I don't very seldom I want to use the word different. I think we should a lot more use diverse and separate. We are separate, but we are not different. And so I have been thinking a lot of these words, and I'm here the first time. I'm learning what is revolutionary listening, and I really enjoy this discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And I want to also acknowledge the difference in language, and that I also want to say, because I speak Spanish fluently, that I know for a fact that when you speak more than one language and you stretch your brain in that way, it also opens you up to different meanings, contexts, worlds, and a different way of listening. So those of you who, for English is not your first language, perhaps you're listening in a totally different revolutionary way as well to this conversation, because your mind is stretching. And the words and the meaning of words, you know, is within that context. So Anita, what would you like to add?
Yeah, I was actually writing to the chat that I think fear is one thing that makes us feel that we are apart from each other, or if you think that if someone else is getting something, you are kind of like losing something in the same time, instead of thinking that, okay, this person got this, so maybe I could use it as an inspiration, or maybe I could ask even help, like, whoa, you know how to do this, could you maybe tell me how you did it, and maybe you could help me because you already have this skills and we could share it.
I love that. And you're all making my heart sing because you're speaking my language as far as this sort of language of connection, because truthfully, that's what I feel like story ultimately does, and telling and sharing stories does, is it, you know, again, all of us here today, I have no idea what your story is. I can't tell from looking at you. I don't know even from this brief interaction, but I do know that if I were to hear your full story, then there would be something deeply, there would be a connective tissue between our experiences of being humans, because we all, that is the connector. We're all humans, no matter what language, no matter what country, no matter what, and it's finding that, what is that makes us human? That is, for me, one of the most central questions of my life. Does anyone else want to answer to this question of difference? And I think you're so right on about fear. I mean, I think fear is, it hijacks us. Yes.
Hi, we're happy to be here. This is really interesting.
Yes, it is.
Your name?
Yes, I am Fionn.
And my name's Jonathan. And we only speak one language, really.
Yes.
We know a little bit of Irish, but we not enough to carry on a conversation, really.
Yeah.
But I was thinking that routines are really powerful things. It's really important that we don't have to, you know, say, well, will I brush my teeth this evening or not? We just brush our teeth because it's the routine. But language, when it becomes a routine, we can fall asleep in it. And I think it's really important, even if you only use one language, to use it in new ways all the time. And I was thinking about we're putting together a podcast, and
Yes,
and it's based on your first love, which is,
yes, which is wildlife.
yeah, it's about animals, really.
Yes,
and
animals, yeah.
And what is the name that we decided on for the podcast title?
It's a wonderful name, and the name is zoology.
And we made that name up, but it's not.
Yeah,
but it makes sense too, because zoology is different from zoosophy.
Yeah.
They both start the same.
They do.
But ology is about othering. It's when you look at the thing that you want to study objectively, and you say, I am not that. I don't have any emotion connection with it. That way I can study it in a true way. That's what we used to think. That's what scientists, some of them still think, that we can separate ourselves from the world to learn about it. But one of the things that you've helped me to learn,
yes,
is that we can't ever separate. We can't learn, we can't know something if we take that attitude about the thing that we're studying.
Yeah.
that the only way to really know something is to connect with it and to put your heart into it. And that's why this this suffix osophy, where does that come from?
Well, Greek.
Greek or Latin, I don't even, yes, it is Greek.
Yes. So the word Sophie is a Greek word for love or wisdom.
Yeah, Sophia, the divine wisdom.
Yes.
So the idea of putting that osophy at the end of the thing that you're studying means that you study it with love and that you connect with the thing.
Yeah.
And we really wanted to emphasize that that's how we're approaching learning about animals.
Yes. Yes.
Can I just name that I love that? That was so beautiful. Thank you so much, Fiona and Jonathan, for sharing that. That is exactly what we're talking about here. And the way that you put words together in order to name those ideas and that concept, that's exactly what we're talking about here. And so with that, because you've kind of put it together pretty nice and neat, our next question was actually, what actually makes someone different from you? Right? So if Fiona's already looking at, we're not different from, right, the animals. We're not different. There might be more similarities for us to take a look at, right? And so when we're thinking about in the same way, I would love to open this question up to everyone else. What prevents you from experiencing ostrophy? Right? When you're engaging with other people, what are some barriers? Anita already mentioned fear. What are some other barriers to experiencing those who are considered different?
What I learned from Fiona and Jonathan is the habit. I have a habit of spending my days going to work, going to buy some food, creating food, putting kids to sleep, repeat. And this kind of exercises, Revolutionary Listening and No Labels, No Walls Festival, creates us a space to change our habits. And as a species, we need to do that, and fast. So it's a very good place to learn, because small things then might have big impact, but at least we have to learn by doing. And sometimes this kind of, for example, this exercise was gave me very much, but it wouldn't have gone without you and your homework. So we need teaching and coaching and support and other people, so we can reflect at least to our normal daily routines that perhaps there could be some space, like Lashina mentioned, that let's create some space so we can change.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. Anyone else?
Oh, I just want to say that assumptions, like we already make, like, oh, this bird, like from our habits and what we know from before, we kind of put them on to people. So, just to be like going to unknown, it's sometimes hard. And that's also kind of habitual behavior that we, so you have to be really conscious, like, okay, I really don't know anything, and then you can listen.
Yes, my favorite thought to have is just to really know that I know nothing. I mean, I think that I can get downloads, I can hear things, I can learn things, but I also ultimately question everything I think I know constantly. That's a habit, that's a muscle I've worked to not be stuck in my belief systems or my thoughts or how I think things are supposed to go, because I think that is a barrier. I just want to say that I think is a barrier to true connection. Because if I approach you and I think and that's true for not just our relationship with others, but our relationship with ourselves. If we are assuming this is how I am, this is how I do things, this is how I've always done things, how are we going to have that inner revolution that's going to spark the ability to listen deeply to ourselves and to one another? Daniela, I feel like you wanted to say something. Are you waiting for your turn?
I'm listening, but I'm also taking in what you just said and what was said a moment ago. I'm still on the absence of for some reason. And so when I think about that, the absence of empathy comes to mind when you think about why there is that othering, that happens. And that's on one extreme, but then maybe the other side might be the thought that there is a superiority, that I don't need to question. I already know, just like you mentioned, but more so like as a way of life, the assumptions have cemented, and now this is how I'm going about my life. So even if the social proof is right in front of me, maybe, in many mediums, many outlets right in front of our faces, we still may not even accept it because of the way we have kind of cast that mindset in stone. So I'm with you on just always being curious, always asking and questioning. Also, I think about culturally too, how in some cultures being sure is a value. It really is in certain communities, right? So if you are unsure, uncertain, or questioning, that may have a different takeaway depending on the communities in which you are in. So just having that full breadth and width of understanding it from many perspectives. But yeah, that lack of empathy, and then on the other end, the superiority aspect.
Thank you. So true. And Michael, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, it was so interesting doing the interview because like the person that came in had a Goodwill badge. It's a secondhand shop. He works there and didn't know who he was. And when we started asking the questions, like everything just by his appearance that you assume naturally just by looking at somebody kind of melted away. Like his story was pretty extraordinary. And without asking those questions or even in listening to those answers, I personally wouldn't have known any of that. And then, but I also think like habitually, that's kind of what we're geared up because of our transactional society that we kind of live in. So I kind of thought about how many times it would take to practice that, to see then how that would affect myself. Like, let's say I did it once a week for the whole year and met somebody new. How would that transform me? Because our society doesn't dictates our actions normally. So anyway, so that's just something that I was thinking about, and yeah.
Well, and I think also our access to one another is very, at least in the United States, it's very much based on what you look like, who you went to school with, what communities you're a part of, what your socioeconomics are, and your assumptions based on appearances of other people, whether you can even reach out and talk to somebody, whether you have the fear of them, whether you've been conditioned to think that they are dangerous or a threat to you, or like someone said, was it you, Anita, talking about the scarcity mentality? Somebody's gonna, if I talk to this person or open up, they're gonna ask me for something, or I'm gonna lose something, or this sort of survival of the fittest mentality, thinking that we have to be in this constant competition with each other versus the collaborative model, I think, of beingness in the world. So Michael, I love that. And I kind of want to challenge you and everybody else on this to, yes, What if you set that habit or that goal to practice flexing that muscle weekly of asking, approaching somebody that you may have never met, or you might have a curiosity or feel drawn to, or just be wondering about, in this very respectful, loving way. Ask for permission to find out more about them. So I want to ask you who did this. Remind me who did it. Marcus and Michael. Who else did this actual process that's here? That's okay if you didn't. We're not gonna call you out.
Simone and Jonathan, they've been doing a version of it, I think, for the last, I don't know how many years. But so they've been doing.
Awesome. So I want to ask so those of you who did this, just to give a guide for other people, how did you approach this person in order to be able to do the exercise? Did you ask permission? What was your process like, and how did it feel to be putting yourself out there like this?
And for the sake of the live stream, I want to go ahead and just give a summary of what we asked everyone to do. And what we asked everyone to do, we provided prior to this meeting a list of questions, and our ask was for everyone to reach out to someone who was quote unquote different or othering from them, right? Whatever that meant to you, which is why we spend so much time considering that definition and how it might be different for everyone among us, right? And so sending those list of questions as a list of 10 questions, not required necessarily to ask them in any particular order, but we wanted to make sure that you actually picked 4 questions from the list and to engage them with this individual. You did not have to do the same questions for each person, but we wanted to give you that opportunity to have some questions that would actually cause you to practice some revolutionary listening with someone that you haven't met before, that you would consider different from you, and that you wouldn't have otherwise had this conversation. Okay, so I am definitely excited to hear about your engagement, and something I want you to name as you're sharing is, did you ask for permission to ask the questions before going into your line of questioning?
And Lucina, do you want to just, for the sake of the live stream, read those questions so that the people who are watching might be able to do this on their own, separate from this?
Yeah. So the questions were, of course, number 1 is, what is your name? And what does your name mean? Number 2, tell me the story of your birth. Now, this was cool. We kind of got a chance to play around with this and see this enacted with Neasley, and it went really, really well. So the next question, what is a moment in your week when you feel particularly inspired? Number 4, what is a moment in your week when you feel difficult emotions? Number 5, how do you define love? What or who do you most love? Number 6, when was a time that you felt most seen? Number 7, when was a time that you felt alienated? Number 8, what comes to mind when I say building a bigger we? Number 9, what labels do you subscribe to? And number 10, can you tell me about the most memorable gift you've ever received? And so as you're sharing, if you have specific moments that you want to call out and it pertains to the specific question, I'd love to know that as well.
Well, I'll share. When we were talking to our hopefully new theater member who's going to hopefully do this training for this project, what I found was he was just recently released. He was a lifer without the ability of parole, and then because of the laws, he actually got out. He was recently out, I think like a few months. He was from Louisiana, and I forget what else, but the big thing that I got from it was how he listened because of his life experiences and also what he thought of the world. And it was so open because he got out. You know, he was free. And I think it was kind of, at least the group, because the group, we had all our other members ask him questions. So it wasn't just me asking, it actually the whole group, so it was like a collective action. But what they got out of it was a lot of hope and inspiration for their own lives. And so did I. So yeah, it was just a really, it was so welcoming. And then the other thing I gathered from it too is if we just had him come back and do the play without asking the questions, then it would have never been asked, you know, because we were there to do something else. So it was really, I think it was it's such a welcoming way of getting to know somebody, is doing this exercise. And that's what really I got from it.
And I want to ask you, thank you for doing it. And I want to ask you, how did you invite him to speak to you? What was can you just give us, because it's also a different, I just want to say, I haven't tried what you did. It's a very different thing to have a bunch of people asking an individual these questions. And that's a different context, not right or wrong, it's just different. But I'm curious how you approached it. What did he know that this was for something like that? You know, what was the context?
I read the introduction, but the way I usually get people, or I usually take action with others, is I do it as quickly and painlessly as I can, where they just start doing it. So there's, you know, all the fears, like I think Anita was talking about, aren't really the funness of it, because I think anytime there's a collective action, everybody sort of has a good time because they feel connected together. So I did.
How did you so he walks in, just walk us through the actual.
Oh, well, that was at the end of our session. So at the end, I basically said, hey, you're a new member here. We want to get to know you. And then I read the script. And I said, is that okay? And he answered, sure, I'm in rehab recovery programs. This is what I do all day. So I thought that was kind of enlightening. I was like, hey, maybe we all should go to rehab, you know, do some rehab groups. But anyways, but that's how it happened.
Thank you so much. And I think, as you kind of shared, it's a gift for the people asking the questions and the person who gets to decide whether they share or not. Thank you. And I think Lashina just posted the questions in the chat.
And there was one question that I'm going to ask when I start listening, is that if somebody had a good time, the only thing I would like from you is that you spread it on. So you then will take, it doesn't have to be these questions, but if you want to use this script, but then you go into another community and do the same thing. And that's something that, so then it's full circle. That was just something that I'm probably going to add as I continue.
Yeah, and I think, thank you. And I think there's a key, I just want to state this for the live stream too. It's an important step in all this is permission, right? Is not violating somebody's privacy and or energy space. Just because you have a curiosity and you want to know something, that doesn't give you the right or the permission to go into their world or their space, because there's a sense that you really have to connect. Again, if you're doing that inner listening, that will help you to start to notice what's really happening with the people around you, so that you're not curiosity, I'm making up words, on people, right? You don't want to be like, I just want to know. This is not a selfish act in a sense. Although I don't think there's anything wrong with selfish acts on some level. I think that there's a way in which when we do these kinds of active revolutionary listening acts, it is benefiting us, but we have to make sure that the other person feels that it's an invitation, not a demand. Marcus, you wanted to talk about your.
So I just did that, Ariel. So I of course, in my area, we don't know our neighbors. So like there's plenty of people around, and the culture in my local community is that everything is fine when everything is fine. So usually if we take contact, something is wrong. And it was easier for me to reach out my 2,000 plus social media community and say that I'm now playing a game. I'm taking part of Lashina's and Ariel's great workshop on No Labels, No Walls Festival. Ha ha ha! But can anybody that I don't really know, and that's 1,999 of all my social media contacts. So can anybody send me a message so we can have a chat, for example, online? And then immediately on that same minute, I got somebody saying that, hey, I'm a person here in the middle of a forest somewhere, and let's hook up and have this conversation. And later
Marcus,
that day,
curious, really quick, how many people responded to that?
I got two responses, and that's enough. So that's a good social contact out of that 2,000. But then I then contacted one person also at the summer cottage, somewhere in the middle of a forest. Well, in Finland, that's majority of the country. We're all living in a forest. So, and then I have even reports. Sort of, I thought that Ariel wants me to report all these answers. So it's like a research that I'm now doing. So I have the reports for you, Ariel. So I'm a good student. So then we played the sort of choose a number from 1 to 10, and then the person chose a number, and then as the instructions said, like 3 to 5 questions. So we went through perhaps 4 questions because it's in the middle. So at the end, the real conversation started. So for people I didn't know, then we have a sort of at least half an hour for a conversation about other things. And then we realized that how do we know each other? Somehow we didn't know before. So I sort of, and that was very, very delightful. And I also invited them to the festival and to our Action Monday sessions. And I'm very happy about this exercise. And and Ariel, I tried to shut up. I was just listening. I thought that that's the revolutionary part. So like shutting up and listening.
That's so good, Marcus. Thank you. And I just want to call out, and I really am so glad you brought this up, because I was thinking about this morning as I was trying to make sure I ate food before this, which is that that setting this up as a game or making it playful and just bringing more play in general to our life is setting yourself up for more, first of all, more fun in your life, but also more success as far as being the revolution. What we think of, I don't know, the idea that's out there in my mind in the mass culture of the world of revolution is this sort of violent, destructive, possibly destructive / constructive thing. But I don't think that the common denominator on revolution is fun and playful. But I want to say that revolutionary listening is actually fun and playful on a certain level. It can be challenging, it can be uncomfortable, all those things. But if any of you have done theater, which I think a lot of us have here, those games that you're forced to play or those situations that you're in, or you're in a scene, oh my gosh, it can be so uncomfortable and scary, but you're also having fun. So enjoying the process of putting yourself into some situation that is completely different. Anita wrote, someone, when I think of the word revolution, I think of the Beatles. Yes, there's a song. Yes. But it's about the context in which we approach and those habits that we form. And so I just wanted to call out, I love that you made it a game. I love that you also are talking about something important with neighbors, right? I don't think you're alone. I mean, it may be something in Finland, but I don't think you're alone in the world, and that a lot of people, I think, even in the US and big cities and even in small places, don't know their neighbors and don't reach out to them. So I actually want to challenge you all And my documentary series is called Belonging in the USA, Stories from Our Neighbors. And I believe we are all neighbors in the world. But can you pick a neighbor that you have never talked to? And I mean a literal neighbor on your block or in your building or something, and just strike up, invite them to this kind of conversation and practice revolutionary listening with them and see what comes of that within yourself. It's not only, it could be about developing an actual relationship with them, but it could just be about trying something you haven't done before and listening to somebody you've never even felt an impulse to listen to. Lashina, I know you have so much.
Yeah, so I also wanted to just remind us that we've done revolutionary listening before. And it's when we were kids, right? It's when we had the freedom to ask questions because we had just learned language. And we couldn't wait to practice using our language and hearing how other people played with language. And so being able to go back to that childlikeness that asks questions and is interested in this brand new person who has this really cool hair and has this really cool way of walking and wears this really different type of jacket, right? Like my daughter asks questions. I mean, and she can barely talk, right? But even while Ariel's talking to her, she's just yapping away, right? And so when we're growing up, something in that process as we're growing up, and granted, I'm not saying that this is everybody's experience because everyone didn't experience that freedom, right, as a child to just ask away. But for some who were able to ask questions or to just pull at somebody's coattail and say, hey, what's that? Why are you doing that? Where'd you learn how to do that? How long are you going to be here? Right? Sometimes it even seems intrusive, but it is something that lives within us to be naturally explorative, right? We've seen that just from Fionn. It's natural for us to be curious. And now it's about opening ourselves back up to that playfulness, to getting to know people, right? The same playfulness we would take to the playground. Now we get to do it on social media, on Zoom. Michael, you mentioned being kind of Zoomified, right? Or just getting a lot of internet and Zoom faces. But being able still to open yourself up to somebody else's reality is fun. It's how me and Ariel met, right? Like just saying, I don't know who you are, but who are you? You know, and then having that reciprocal exchange with someone that you wouldn't have otherwise had it with is fun. So thank you for that, Marcus.
And I want to add too quickly, and I know Jonathan, I think you have something you want to add, which is that something I've realized is maybe unusual about me or different that I'm going to share here because I think it's important to, just call things out. I've always been a person who, when I don't know something, and I mean, I don't know the name of a celebrity or I don't know I don't know something about history, I say, I don't know what you're talking about. Can you tell me about it? So I have no problem, I guess, displaying my ignorance because, gosh, I'm ignorant about most things. I mean, there's too many things and too many countries and too many people in the world for me to know everything. That's what I meant earlier too. There's so much I don't know. So instead of pretending that I know, I just will ask. And maybe you don't know. And I also have no problem saying I don't know to my child, to people in my family. It's so funny. My daughter, who's turning 11 tomorrow, actually, she thinks I know everything. She will ask me all the questions in the world, like you're talking about, Lucina, that childlike wonder. And I love that she thinks I know everything, but I'm the first to always admit to her, I don't know, but we can look, we can find a person who knows. There's no limit to our resources and to the access really that we do have to information. But I think that what we're hungry for as a species is that true connection of not just the information, but the playful, joyful, loving connection with one another. So Jonathan, I know you're gonna have something beautiful to say to all this.
I don't know. Thank you. That was wonderful. And you're looking at a couple of fools here too. We're happy to be ignorant. I mean, we're
Yeah.
not. No, we. It's very frustrating to be ignorant. So we want to learn. So all the time we're looking to get past. It's there's a paradox there, isn't there? Because it's like every day you wake up as a child, and this man here is an expert at that, and really teaches me and teaches all of us, I think,
Yes.
about being open to the world and being not nervous about being somebody, but just being. And,
Yes.
and what did you do today? Where were you?
I was street performing. I played the fiddle, also called the violin.
And it's one of your favorite things to do.
Yes, it is.
And what did you say to all, well, not all, but to many of the pretty women who walked by?
Well, I said to them, "You look very beautiful today."
Uh-huh. And what did you say to the handsome men that walked by?
You look very handsome today.
And what did you say to the dog owners?
I said, I love your dog.
Yeah, and so Fionn kind of greets everybody as they're walking by, right?
I do, yeah.
And I realized
even babies actually.
Yeah.
Yes. Oftentimes when families or small families are pushing the strollers right by me, I often would crane my neck to look in the each and every stroller, and I would say, "Well, hello there, little person."
So knowing that Fionn is good at that, and how beneficial it is for all of us to see that, we started. It was actually, Michael, I think it was about 7 years ago that Fionn started the "What Do You Love About Your Life" interview project, because we keep things simple. I love the questions that you've come up with, and we're looking for some new ones because we're going to France next week to interview climate change experts.
Yes.
And we have to ask more than just what do you love about your life.
Yeah.
But we've asked about 600 people that
yes.
question.
Yes,
And we have a video channel where you can see 600 videos of people answering the question, what do you love about your life?
Yes.
But one of the best things has been looking for people that are different. And one of the biggest wonderful challenges is in the realm of language. So we often ask that of people who speak languages other than English. But of course, then you have to solve the problem. How are you going to ask this question? So we find someone else who can help us stand in between and share back and forth what the answerer is answering.
Yes.
Or people who don't use language at all. And how do you speak to, like, there's a lot of people with Down syndrome who don't have words, right? And so we'll show the answer. We'll have someone who loves them tell us what it is that they love about their lives.
Yes.
And if they say, I love, or my daughter loves to go surfing, then we take a camera out and we watch them, film them going surfing and that kind of thing.
Yes.
Or someone who only speaks with hands, right? And then again, we need help with that. So it's been really good to push the boundaries and realize that just this simple exercise of just asking a question and listening. And it's hard to listen when you're doing an interview, right? Because you're thinking about, like, where's the camera and am I doing this right? And what will I say next? Like you said, that's so often the headspace that you can get in. But again, you're just really good at being there and listening. And so we've pushed ourselves by trying to bring the question to people who aren't often asked.
Yes, sometimes besides saying, you look handsome to the lads, I would also say things like, oh, I love your t-shirt, or I love your shoes, or I love your touch. tattoos.
Right. You're good at being
stuff like that.
spontaneous with that.
Yeah, yeah.
And I love that question. What do you love about your life? I love that because it automatically puts somebody in a head and heart space that is open and reflective and brings them joy just in the thought and thinking about it. So it's such a beautiful invitation. I'm going to borrow that. I don't know if I've ever asked anybody that question. So thank you. See, I knew I would learn something. And I love the spirit that you both have. And I think that that's ultimately what we're all getting at, what this whole revolutionary listening process is about. It is about uncovering the spirit. You know, I have a company called Legacy Connections Films, and my tagline is from soul to screen. I make documentary films that bring out the person's soul spirit onto the screen. So again, it's not about the information that you capture. It's about the intention and the connection between two spirits who may never meet again and may meet again, and how you can communicate that. And I also love what you said about, I mean, every single human, this is what's been so hard for me about COVID and masks, every single human who crosses my path, I acknowledge, you know, even babies and animals, you know, I have a moment with them, which some people think is strange probably, but it's just part of who I am. And I don't believe that there's a randomness in those connections. That's why when I met Lashina, I just felt like, well, no, we're supposed to be talking right now because we are in the same space and we're talking, you know. We were drawn together, and that's been such an amazing connection for both of us, I think. So thank you for sharing that. And the YouTube page, the channel is posted in the notes here, so everyone can check it out. And I definitely will. Lashina, I'm sure you want to jump in and say.
Well, actually, we only have about 12 minutes. I want to turn it over to give Neasley a moment. Were you going to say something?
Yes, please. Unmute yourself, though.
Hi, everyone. It's really good to be here. I literally forgot I was like in the middle of something major, but I'm glad Michael reminded me. So I've been thinking about how I was going to do this, and I gave it a lot of thought, and then I put it away because I wanted to do it in a way that was actually really, really, that was going to matter bigger than just for me, right? I meet people all the time. I was just having a conversation with someone saying, oh, COVID has been a welcome relief because I can actually get away from people for a bit. So meeting people and really meeting people like right through is not an issue. But then I had this epiphany. So I have an event that I do on Saturday afternoons, and it's bringing women together for conversation. And then what I just thought about is, what if you two ladies will come on the platform, and then we'll have this group of people that we can share this information with, and then allow them rooms and opportunities to actually experience this, I call it holy conversation, right? To experience this holy conversation. And so, yeah, that's what I finally decided, that this is how I want to actually do this exercise, is to bring other people into that space.
I love that. Holy conversation, because it is the connecting of ourselves, bringing our true selves to the conversation authentically, and then inviting other people to be authentic in that space. Isn't that fellowship?
Exactly.
Right? Isn't that a form of worship?
Absolutely.
Right.
So,
no matter what your faith tradition might be.
Doesn't matter. It's the humanity in us all. And even the one, whether you feel any kind of spiritual whatever or not, just the desire to connect holistically with another human being is, as far as I'm concerned, a God-given desire. And as much as we fail and as whatever we are, we don't automatically want to be nice to other people or want to know anything good about somebody else. So yeah, that's.
I would be honored to be a part of anything you do. So let's be in touch about that, because that just would sound amazing to me. So, and I feel like there is, I guess I'm going to add the word sacred to this, because I think there's something sacred about listening deeply again. And so I just want to, I want to give you all space to speak again, but I do want to share, because I've been asked this at other events that I've done, sort of what are my daily habits or practices that I do that help me to be in connection with this idea of revolutionary listening, or sacred space that I create when I'm interacting with myself and others. So I have quite an extensive morning practice and evening practice that I make time for, not as an optional thing, but as a necessary thing to showing up in the world the way that I want to. So, we're talking about, we think about habits sometimes. I think, Jonathan, you said this earlier about, brushing your teeth, right? You don't decide whether, you just do it, right? Well, it's the same kind of thing. We can have all these rote habits we can have destructive habits, we can have constructive habits, we can have revolutionary habits. So I'm going to encourage you all, and I'm going to tell you just a tiny bit of what I do. Maybe you can share some habits that you have that have been, that have made some revolutions within yourself that connect in this way to what we're talking about. So for me, I meditate, sometimes 10 minutes, sometimes 40, depends on how much time, sometimes 2 minutes if I don't have time. I write, I journal, I do morning pages from the Artist Way, basically. I connect with spirit. For me, that's what I connect with, divine spirit. And I then also, I have a card deck, and I have a book that I read every morning with daily sort of, it's a calendar, it's 365 days of inspirational ideas. And so those are my morning practices that just get me, it's not like I wake up every day like, oh, everything's wonderful. No, I am a human being. There's lots of bad days. It's hard to be a person. So what can I do to get myself at least into a deeper connection with my center and who I want to be? And then in the nighttime, I do a similar sort of I don't meditate as much, but I do a card deck thing. I write out 5 things I'm grateful for, though sometimes it turns into 25. And sometimes I struggle to find one thing I'm grateful for. And then I do some writing just sort of about anything that I want to process out through the day. And so those are my ways to touch base with my listening connection to myself, which I think really does help me be a better listener and show up better for the people around me, because I'm giving myself that space. Today, for instance, I left the house and I realized, oh my gosh, I didn't do half of those things. So what did I do when I came back home before this is I quickly jumped on the back porch and made sure that I did those things, because I wanted to show up for you all from that centered space. So yeah, anyone want to speak to any of that, or some habits that maybe this revolutionary listening idea has sparked for you, or ideas?
Well, I wanted to say, like, the habit, like I want to do is to do more of revolutionary listening. And that's why I was going to sign a pledge to kind of do it at least once a week, and then post it on the No Labels, No Walls group page. And then hopefully ask others that maybe had a good similar experience where I asked the questions, then to do it themselves. Because what I was hoping is perhaps, and I don't know how everybody here feels, and Ariel, Lashina, like maybe a year from now, if, for instance, Fiona and Jonathan, when you go to France and you ask people and you document and you post it on the group page, and then maybe people from France then will go and ask questions in their community. And then from all these small actions, we can see what the collective impact can be. So, and we would have then documentation of that for our next festival. So I just wanted to, and Anita, you can interview dogs if you like you were saying, they're very friendly in Finland, just kidding. But you have a dog, it's Cindy. If you know your neighbors, you can ask them. But I was just gonna ask the group kind of, would that be something? Because one of the things is, how does the revolutionary listening lead to an evolution or revolution? And maybe this is a way it can. I just wanted to throw that to the group, because I know we have 5 minutes, and seeing if that could be the next action from this. Is everybody willing to at least do it once a month and then show us like your effects? Or what do you think, Ariel?
I love the idea of a revolutionary listening pledge. I just think that sounds so cool. And I'm sure we, you could write something up and we could, look at it. I also think that what Jonathan and Fiona said is really important. It doesn't, our questions were a guide. They don't have to be those questions. It's the questions that show up in the moment for you that feel true and authentic. right? We just wanted to give you some examples because sometimes people get tongue-tied and don't. I mean, I ask questions for a living, so I have no problem thinking of a million questions when I'm with someone, but some people are shyer about that. So use any questions. I love what do you love about your life is a great question. So yes, I'm done. I think that's great. I do though want to say that I think that we're a very data-driven world and that some of this deeper stuff is not quantifiable. And I think it's great to investigate and explore that sort of an inner process this way. But I also want to caution against looking for sort of outcome on a deep process like this, because it's not outcome based. It's like inner nurturing based, which you can't always label. Labels.
I absolutely agree, and I think that's why if people like, at least if perhaps if I, let's say once a week and I show that I'm doing it, like when you said, did you ask for permission before you asked the series of questions? It almost like we're giving other people permission to do the same, to meet new people, because we're doing it, and ask people questions. And that would be the only kind of thing I was thinking as far as the documentation process.
I think if we're doing it so go ahead, Lashina. I just think that if we're doing it, as long as the focus is also on how did I grow from this experience and what impact did I have on the world around me through doing this? What were you going to say, Lashina?
Well, I was actually wanting to open it up also really quick and just ask, was there anyone that had someone decline the questions? Because I also want to name that that's difficult. And I want to create space here for you to process that, for us to kind of do some revolutionary listening with you and to free you again to try again. Well, good. I'm glad you guys did. Is that because you asked people that you knew you were going to say yes?
Well, of course, because we've done it so many, we have been turned down a few times along the way.
Yeah.
And it is hard, isn't it? It's a bit like, actually, I was thinking about teeth because I went to the dentist today, and it was a new dentist that I've never met before, but I knew something about her because I'd met her husband previously. And I tried to start a conversation with her. And of course, we had work to do, so we weren't going to talk long. But I told her some things about my life, and then I kind of invited her by asking her a question. And the answer she gave was really a shutdown answer. It was really abrupt. And for the rest of the time, I felt badly. I felt like, oh, okay, but I justified it, and that was fine. But it is hard when someone doesn't want to go along. But then again, it was like, well, I'm paying her to fix my teeth. She doesn't need to be my best friend, So there's that too.
Yeah.
Well, and Daniela mentioned this earlier, but empathy, right? And lack of empathy and empathy building. This is an empathy building exercise, a game. And it's also to be empathetic to oneself too, and to notice, oh gosh, when you are open-hearted in the world, yes, you will get rejected. So thank you, Lashina, for bringing that up. You will get rejected, and you will have that, ouch, wow, I was trying to offer you something and you just rejected me. It hurts. But that, to be able to be open enough to try again and to keep connecting, but also to tend to yourself. Again, that listening inside, tending to yourself, and not allowing those single rejections to be the way you live your life based on that.
And so with that, we want to thank you guys so much for your time today, for your participation. It was incredible. I know I learned a lot. I know Ariel did, and I hope that it was helpful for you in thinking about ways to do collective action, both through revolutionary listening as well as to others, but most importantly to yourselves.
Yes, thank you all so much for being here, and thanks for having us as part of the festival. And you can visit my work at belongingintheusa.com, and I'm also about to start a podcast that will be Belonging in the USA, the podcast, so you can hear my voice more regularly soon. And Lashina, do you have a website? Do you have anything like that you want to share?
Well, you guys can just find me on Facebook or Instagram. I'm Lashina Power and Wisdom on Facebook, and also Powerful_Wisdom on Instagram.
Thank you all. It was a blessing and an honor to be here.
Yes. Thank you to Michael, Mary. Thank you,
Yes.
Marcus. This has been incredible.
And yes.
Thank you so much, Lashina. Thank you so much, Ariel. And let's take this revolutionary listening forward. As we all know, No Labels, No Walls doesn't stop here. We have weekly meetings called Action Monday. So let's take this action and also continue the action in the following Citizen Fests. Let's connect this revolutionary listening and building a bigger we movement to Toronto Summer Institute next year, not only in Toronto, but in hybrid model all over the world. And so the next year's No Labels, No Walls Festival will present what we have now started here today. Thank you so much again. And next on our festival program, we will have a very special performance. And for that, Cindy, I need your help. So don't go away, because it's our friend Gisem that is going to present some very nice dances for us. Can you tell a little bit background of Gisem and how we and you know her?
Gizem is a girl that was my student when she was 9 years old and came to Finland for 1 year. And now she is graduated from university and she's got her PhD. She works in Prague. She's from Istanbul and she just got off the flight to go to Istanbul today. She's arrived. She sent me a message that she's unpacking. So my guess is she is here somewhere soon. She dances. You'll soon see.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Gizem writes, the first video is called Qualia.
Mm-hmm.
And Gizem writes, just as we are, as a cup of coffee, as the way we perceive the world in our inner world,
mm-hmm.
a short dance movie from the streets of Prague. So
yes.
Let's, Gizem is coming.
Yeah, I figured she would. She hasn't been home long. She just arrived from Prague. There she is. Hi, sweetie.
Just on time.
I wasn't sure there was going to be introduction like this.
Where's your mom? Is she there?
Yes, at the corner.
Okay.
Gizem, welcome to No Labels, No Walls Festival, and Mother too.
Yes.
All are welcome to the festival. How are you doing, and what would you like to tell about your art and performances?
Okay. Well, first off, thank you for the chance to present. So the art, you will see 2 pieces of dances. I am the lead dancer in both, but these belong to 2 different projects by 2 different groups. One of the dances is by Kımıltı, which is an ongoing project for 3 years now that's composed of dances all across the world, danced at different places spontaneously. The second piece is called Qualia, and this is a dance movie produced by Niyaz Bildik Dance Company, which is a newly established dance company based in Izmir, Turkey. But the dancers and the choreographs are from all over Turkey, and also I am part of it from Prague, so also worldwide. And we started on Zoom, but part of us, whenever they can meet, whenever restrictions allow, they meet together, we work together, and there's a lot of ongoing projects. The movie Qualia, you will see, is one of the first finished filmed works, and the company has long-winded projects going on. And so, so one of the dances is filmed on the streets of Prague, and one of the dances is filmed on the streets of Istanbul.
Thank you so much. And let's go to the way to Üsküdar.
Markus, the video is not showing.
Okay, let's go back to the recording. Just a moment. Just a moment. We go to and that was Qualia, wasn't it, Gizem?
Yes, that was Qualia by Niaz Bildik Dance Company.
Yes.
But we only heard the music.
Sorry about that.
And will we get to see Qualia as well?
No. Marcus has left the building, it seems. He's maybe checking into it why it didn't work. Here he
Yes,
comes.
yes,
Okay.
it's coming. Just a
Yay.
minute.
Nestle Han should come in here too. She was holding the camera.
Yes, it's.
I'm just here watching.
Okay. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Gizem. That was so wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you from all of Nias Bildik Dance Company and all of Kımıltı. Thank you.
And we all hope to see your dances in the future, No Labels, No Walls festivals as well, and join us on the Action Mondays as well. It's very wonderful. Thank you. And next on our program, we have Inclusive Theatre of New York. Inclusive Theatre of New York is a performing and visual arts company that is dedicated to advancing artists of all forms and levels of ability, including artists with disabilities, to encourage the change of socially constructed images and misconceptions that exist of people from diverse backgrounds and groups. And while I'm reeling in these films, Anita, could you tell a little bit about tomorrow's program so everybody can join?
Yeah, sure. Just needed to unmute myself because I forgot it. Yeah, so basically tomorrow we are continuing the program. And first we are going to have live stream event that there are different people performing hip hop and R&B songs. And after that, we are having event called UB Labs, Building Networks for Change. And in the evening, we will have a Riku Turpeinen Ait album, and also ending the evening with Music Beyond All Borders. So hope you will join us also tomorrow.
Thank you, Anita. And don't go away because the evening continues after Inclusive Theatre of New York. We will watch Fionn and Jonathan's, so Fionathan's videos, music and talks. So tune in to No Labels, No Walls and enjoy the evening together with us.
Ms. Farhani?
Yes.
I'm Detective Mills. Sorry about the restraints. Standard procedure until we sort things out.
Better you handcuff me than shoot me.
Before we get started, would you like coffee or maybe tea or a soda?
Yes. Tea, please. No sugar.
All right. I'll be right back. I double cupped it, but it's still pretty hot, so be careful.
Thank you.
Now your name, Adila.
It's pronounced Adila.
All right. Your ID says you live on North Park Avenue.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you a few questions to clear up a few things about what happened on the bus.
Yes, of course.
One of the men you shot said you screamed Allah Akbar when you pulled the trigger.
No, ma'am, that is not right.
Then tell me what is right.
The phrase you mean is Allahu Akbar. God is greatest.
Oh.
But I didn't say that either. I said nothing. What does the other man say?
Not much, I'm afraid. He's dead.
Who was he? Detective? The man who died?
Melvin Garrity, laid off from a flooring company out by the Galleria. Did you know him?
No,
Do you recall ever seeing him before?
no.
What about the other man, Leonard Tubbins?
I cannot even remember their faces now. What does the other people on the bus say?
The driver didn't know what was happening, but he said you were a regular rider.
Yes, Mr. Hamoud. He's a very nice man. He once showed me a picture of his 6-year-old granddaughter when she had her karate trophy.
Well, he told me you always get off at Amherst Station.
The train takes me downtown to the hospital.
Which hospital?
Women and Children's. I work there as a pharmacist, evening shift. I don't own a car yet, so I take the bus and train every day. I am what they call essential personnel.
I expect so during this crazy time. Are you saving up for one? A car, I mean?
Yes.
A couple of people in the front of the bus say you just started shooting, so they hit the floor. They thought you were a terrorist who wanted to kill everyone.
Because of my hijab.
Yes.
And what do the people close to me in the back of the bus say?
No one heard Allahu Akbar.
How could they, when I never said it?
The elderly man who gave you his seat and the 4 women we've talked to all say the same thing.
And that is?
2 young white males got on the bus and pulled off their face masks as they made their way toward the back. They were kind of loud, complaining that masks infringed on their freedom.
Yes, they were loud and rude and got much too close to everyone.
And when they got to where you were sitting, they started harassing you.
They ripped off my mask and said they had the right to see my face because I wasn't a real American.
But you're wearing a mask now.
I always carry extra in my purse. I put on a fresh one before you came.
Of course.
They spit in my face. You took my purse. The first mask is in the zipper pocket in a plastic bag. There's spit on it if you want to run DNA.
Thank you.
I used the sanitary wipe and on my face and hands before I put on a new mask. Was that all right?
That's fine. And you admit firing the gun, so there's no need for a gun shoe residue test. So what happened next?
They called me terrible names.
Like what?
Raghead, ISIS bitch, sand nigger. One of them even said I must be wearing a suicide vest, and he tried to fill my breast.
Take all the time you need.
Thank you. They said I didn't belong in their country and that I should go back where I came from. One of them grabbed my hijab and threatened to hang me with it.
Which one?
The one, not the one who was trying to feel me, the other one. He pulled it so tight.
Is that how you remember everything?
Yes, exactly.
So then you pulled your 9mm Ruger LCP from your purse and shot them both.
Yes, I have a concealed carry permit. Because I work late hours and the bus and train, sometimes
I understand. I've run your permit. There's no problem with it. So let's get back to the man who was assaulting you.
He was twisting my hijab around my neck. I said I couldn't breathe and he said, good, and pulled tighter. May I show you my neck?
Yes. Oh my.
What did you just write?
That you have a neck abrasion, which supports your story.
You must understand. I was afraid for my life.
I do.
My hijab is an expression of my faith. It has nothing to do with ISIS or other madmen. Why do some people assume the worst about others?
If I knew that, I'd be something other than a cop. Just remember, it's some people, not all.
And their hate becomes violent.
I expect where you come from, violence is a way of life.
Buffalo? I was born here.
Oh,
But I don't think it's more violent than your average American city.
it has good years and bad years, but this isn't a particularly good year for anybody anywhere.
Now where my parents were born, well, that's another story. Unless you need to know, I'll just say America is their country now. You've never seen a bigger Bills fan than my father, though my brother prefers the Sabres.
One final question. Why hollow points? Did you know they expand to cause maximum tissue damage?
I took a pistol class before I was issued my gun permit.
Well, then you know.
I learned hollow points are less likely to pass through the body and injure someone else.
Oh, that's right.
That nice old man who gave me a seat was right behind the guy who was trying to choke me. The second guy held him back and kept him from trying to help me.
Mr. Greenberg. Yes, that is what he told me.
Is he all right, Mr. Greenberg? It looked like the man was hurting his arm.
He's fine. It was just a bruise.
I've seen him on the bus before, but I never knew his name.
Joseph Greenberg. He's an accountant.
Why do you smile?
He's worried about you.
He is?
He came to the station and refused to leave until he sees for himself you're all right. In fact, he's waiting out there right now with the bus driver and your father. He says if you need a lawyer, he'll call his brother.
In Arabic, my name, Adila, means justice. How can it be justice if someone, an innocent person like Mr. Greenberg, is hurt for someone else's wrongdoing?
Captain?
Mills, the feds are here. The DHS.
Well, that took no time at all. Tell me they're not in camo.
No, but they brought somebody from the Joint Terrorism Task Force along for their ride.
Of course they did.
They want to take over the investigation.
Of course they do.
SOP for suspected terrorist activity.
Have you been watching, sir?
I have.
Well, then you know one terrorist is dead and the other was wounded. This young lady shot them in self-defense.
Thank you, Inclusive Theatre of New York. That was really something about justice, and there's very many videos coming from the theater soon. So go to the internet and check out Inclusive Theatre of New York. Thank you for being us at the No Labels, No Walls Festival. Time is running and it's time to go to Ireland together with Fionathan. Fionathan exists to have fun and change the world, to trouble your understanding of ability, to reveal superstars in our midst, and to prove that, in fact, we are the people we've been waiting for. Fionathan shares stories of audacious creativity and abiding optimism with the masses, opening one heart at a time. Through music, live presentations, videos, and visual arts, Fionathan seeks to collaborate with diverse people who are passionate about what they do. They playfully engage with the world of celebrity and pop culture. And Fionathan are seriously into social justice and conserving natural habitats. With Fionathan project, they hope to achieve 3 primary goals: to win for Fionn an excellent life while documenting and sharing the journey, to inspire and support other people in achieving their own dreams, and to shift the societal paradigm so that the unique and alternately gifted people are celebrated. Through example, Fionathan shows that the best way to support one another is in loving interest. That's how each one of us shines. So next we will hear the World Down Syndrome Day 2020 United Nations Conference speech. Coronavirus killed the conference, but those who were originally invited to speak in Geneva at the United Nations were asked instead to create a short video giving the outline of their speech. This is Fionn talking about bad choices.
Hello, my name is Fionn and my speech is titled Bad Choices. Who says whether a choice you make is a good one or a bad one? During childhood, it's often your parents and your teachers who decide whether a thing is safe, healthy, and worthwhile. Bad choices are choices that authorities in our lives think are bad. But if you don't go against the advice of others sometimes, then you never really grow up. Crossing into adulthood, people are encouraged to take risks. Sometimes things come out wrong, but that's normal. Do people with Down syndrome have the same latitude as others to make mistakes? The answer is often no. Then again, no one wants to make bad decisions on their own. Supported independence is important. Getting advice and then making a free choice. If I make decisions that those who support me disagree with, I know I have real choice. Bad choices I've made. My dad thinks that being a One Direction fan is a bad choice. My mom thinks that eating burgers and fries is a bad choice. The Department of Education thinks that going to a mainstream school is a bad choice. The disability officer thinks that refusing day service is a bad choice. I am the first person in Ireland with Down syndrome to manage my own government grant for direction because I could see that going to a day service would mean giving up too many choices. I have served as an expert on the government task force on personal budgets, and I am ambassador to the Citizen Network, making sure people worldwide have choice and control. So my advice to you is this: try to make good choices, but take some risks, and don't be afraid to make a few bad choices too.
Thank you, Fionathan. And next we will see launch of Westport Arts Festival. Fionn Crombie Angus gives a speech launching the 250th exhibition at McGing's Pub in Westport.
I'm delighted this evening to open this show, Fionn Crombie Angus. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fionn Crombie Angus. I am an Irish citizen and an artist. The arts are a great equalizer in society. Anyone can learn to express themselves in one medium or another. I am both a visual artist and musician. I have exhibited and performed around Ireland, as well as London, New York, Vancouver, the island of Zanzibar, and deep in the Amazon jungle. And I'm only 21 years old. Art allows the artist to get to know their inner self and to share that journey with the community. I am very proud to open this exhibition, and I want to thank the organizers and the community for this wonderful festival. Let the fun begin.
Love you.
Thank you, Fionn, for that lovely speech. It was wonderful to see people celebrating and to see people at the festival. So as the last performance of today's No Labels, No Walls Festival 2021, Fionn will play Off to California and the Horses of West County. So let's tune into this tune and let's meet tomorrow 1 p.m. UK time, 3 p.m. Finnish time, and very, very early in California and everywhere else. I'm very glad that we had 4 shared actions this evening or day or morning, and a lot of meetups with people from all over the world. On behalf of Kukunori and the Kukunori Week celebrations and from the Kukunori team, I would like to wish you all well and hope to see you tomorrow. Michael, would you like to say something as well?
Yeah, fun starts tomorrow. Let your friends know about it, your family, etc. Join in on the shared actions. It's going to be great. And thanks so much.